Good evening, Farmington Hills. Welcome to the April 22nd, 2024 regularly scheduled City Council meeting. At this time, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Farmington Hills resident Jason, remind me last name?
Sweeney.
Sweet. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Okay, we now have roll call.
Council members Aldred.
Here.
Bridges.
Here.
Bruce.
Here.
Dwyer.
Here.
Knoll. Here. Mayor Rich.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And looking for approval of the regular session meeting agenda, please.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Mayor Rich, I move the council accept and approve the printed agenda for tonight.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there support? Support by Mr. Dwyer. Thank you. All this is a regular vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, carries. And now we have announcements, presentations from city boards, commissions, and public officials. And I'm looking for the Emergency Preparedness Commission to come fill us in with our tip of the month, Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Mayor, members
Yes.
of council and city staff, I'm Mike Sweeney. I'm one of your preparedness commissioners. There are 10 more, and each of them will be taking a turn making a presentation to city council over the coming year. This is April, this is spring, and this is the beginning of the road repair season. We all look forward to October and November when our roads are repaired and all those potholes we've been complaining about have been filled in and taken care of. But to get there, we have to go through the summer construction season. And the tip of the month is for us all to deal patiently with the road construction, the work zones. The workers are out there doing everything that we've asked them to do to fix the roads, and in turn, they're asking us to be patient with the construction zone, to take our eyes off of our phones, put them away. The text message will wait, the email will wait, the phone call will wait, even the great and powerful Waze and Google Maps, they can all wait. We need you to be eyes up, paying attention to the work zones, because where the streets, the lanes were yesterday or last week, they may not be there this week. There may be a special sewer project, and there'll be a man out there, a lady out there, and wearing an orange vest and holding a yellow flag, telling you to go left, go right, and always telling you to slow down. And that's what the tip of the month is: patience, perseverance, slow down, pay attention to the road that's around you. Because I found it myself just this past weekend. The exit I was expecting to be there was not there. They were busy working on some kind of a sewer project. And as much as we want our roads to be repaved, we want our sewers to work too. All these construction projects are everything we've asked for the last 2-3 years. So now we need to be patient to get through the construction season. Any questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. I will see you all next month. Thank you.
Thank you. And that then takes us to correspondence. Any council members have correspondence that they would like to share? Yes, Mr. Aldred.
I did have one with regards to the road that's by the post office going down to the library. I received, that's something I noticed myself again recently, but I received an email on that topic concerned with the state of that road, number of potholes. Obviously, it's a widely used road there to get to the library, and I brought it to the attention of the city manager, and who may be planning on mentioning that later. But I think the response from the city was that there was a planned repair of some sorts in mid-June, which I was glad to see. So I just want to thank the city manager for his attention to that issue. So hopefully that is going to be a step in the right direction.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else have correspondence that they want to share? This is the prior meeting.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, seeing none, we'll then take it to the consent agenda.
Okay, right here, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Agenda right here.
Got it.
Okay, all right. You all set?
All set?
Okay, consent agenda to item number 6, recommended approval of a special event permit for the 13th annual Sibirani Classic 5K race to be held on Friday, June 7, 2024. Item 7, recommended approval of a special event permit for Ward Church to hold the Blessing of the Bikes and Classic Car Show event to be held May 18, 2024. Item 8, recommended approval of canceling the city council meeting on May 27, 2024. Item 9, acknowledgement of the third quarter financial summary report and quarterly investment report. Item 10, recommend approval of award of bid for the purchase of a dump truck, hook lifts and uplifting from truck and trailers, specialty in the amount of $371,880, CMR 42440. Item 11, recommend approval of award of bid for the 2024 as-needed storm sewer and catch basin cleaning to Safeway Transport in the amount not to exceed annual budgeted amount with extensions. Item 12, recommend approval of City Council study session meeting minutes of April 8th, 2024. And item 13, recommended approval of City Council regular session meeting minutes of April 8th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bruce.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move the approval of consent agenda items 6 through 11 as read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Is there support, please? Support. Support. Ms. Knoll. Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Council members Knoll,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we're looking for a motion for items 12 and 13, please. Yes, Dr. Bruce.
Madam Mayor, I would move the approval of items, consent agenda items 12 and 13 as read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Moved and supported. This is also a roll call vote, please.
Council members Bridges,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Knoll,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
and Rich.
I abstain. Thank you. I abstain, and I would like to thank Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Bridges for running a fine meeting, the last meeting while I was at school. Okay. All right, then that takes us to item council members' comments and announcements. Yes, Dr. Bruce.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on what Mr. Aldridge said about the potholes at the post office. When I was in Washington, D.C. back in March, I met with Representative Haley Stevens and asked her personally about the post office, how bad that whole road was. And that has been a chronic issue, and there's lots of complaints about it. And she said that they would discuss this with the post office people, whoever that's going to be, and try to bring some pressure to get that done. And I'm there almost every day, and they did throw some patch into some of those holes. Literally, some of the holes, they have half is filled and the other half is not, or there's a little bit in the hole, but not up to where it's to the top. So whoever did the patching recently looked like they just threw a shovel in there and left it, and it just is a mess. It's almost as bad as it was before. So it's just a chronic issue, and it's just beyond belief. So
Agreed.
that's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
May I have a comment?
Yes, please.
Yes, I just wanted to, speaking of potholes and speaking of commercial parking lots, I just want our city manager, of course, you got a spring program in effect there that notify business owners regarding their parking lot, make sure their potholes are also covered as well. What's that access areas that you have there as well, that access there between businesses that also has a lot of potholes on 12 Mile Road? And also attention to some of these receptacle enclosures. I see a lot of those doors open along 12 Mile Road sometime that need to be closed. I mean, specific, those receptacles, they have the closure around them to
Trash cans?
Yes, and there's those doors are being left open in some areas, of course.
Oh, yes, the cabinets.
Yes.
The, like AT&T cabinets, things like that.
That, and also the where the businesses have their trash, they have enclosure.
Dumpster enclosure.
Those closures
Gotcha.
sometimes are left open.
Gotcha, okay.
It does give a good look for the city.
Okay.
So if you could, I appreciate your attention to that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? All right, I have a couple of things I'd like to share. One is had a chat recently with the folks at Corwell, and they said to please notify the community of an addition they have just outside the emergency department. They now have free Narcan dispensers right there at the entrance. And so if you do not have Narcan at your home and would like to make sure that you're prepared in the event it is needed, it is available there, as well as in the lobby of our police department and on the second floor of the Hawk. I also, as a number of you know, my father died last week, and his funeral was this morning. And I just wanted to thank the people of the city for their incredible kindness to my family, and I would appreciate a minute of understanding tonight. So with that, we move to the city manager update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that very much. And, you know, we've extended our sympathies and thoughts to your family. It's always hard to lose a parent. And we've all been thinking about you a lot. So moving on to city business, a couple of things I wanted to bring to City Council's attention. I think I shared with Council on the weekly that we have been selected by the National League of Cities to share in their 100 Years, 100 Cities tour on May 9th. It's a very brief event. We'll give information to City Council, but it's really nice to be recognized by NLC and be a city that is part of their 100-year anniversary. We've talked about the post office opportunity, community planning and community development director Charmaine Keller-Schmaltz is in the audience, and you know, our staff isn't bashful to write tickets to the federal government. So we've done it before. We'll do it again if we have to. Let's see if we can get some traction there. No pun intended. And then the last thing along the lines of construction as well. Lots of work obviously going on in town. Or at least going to be ramping up and going to be starting. The 696 project is one of those key things that's impacting our city along with many others. And we just ask that the public pay attention to the information that both MDOT and the city push out as it relates to our capital improvement projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that then takes us to item 2 on the agenda. We have a couple public hearings. The first is public hearing and consideration of approval for the Community Development Block Grant, that's CDBG in government terms, 2024-25 projected use of funds. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Tracy Emanuel. I am the Community Development Coordinator and Special Projects Coordinator. I'm here this evening because federal regulations require a public meeting to receive comments pertaining to the development of the annual action plan to project the proposed use of Community Development Block Grant funds, also commonly known as CDBG, for the next program year. We've actually published and posted a 30-day notice in the Oakland Press, on the city website, and social media to advertise for this meeting, and then we're here tonight to actually conduct the public hearing. CDBG funds must benefit low, moderate income individuals as defined by HUD, and they provide us with eligible areas where the funds may be used. Those are highlighted on the map that was provided to you in your package. Those change yearly, but this particular year they're the same as they were last year. That guides us in how we develop the use of our funds. The budget, HUD hasn't informed us at this point what our budget will actually be. So what we do in those cases is we use our budget from last year, which in this case was $383,832. We also follow that up with doing the same relative to our program income, which we're putting at $68,000. To do that, or that total for that is $452,000. So that's our anticipated budget for 24-25. The expenditures are based on the goals and objectives that we've developed in our consolidated plan and our annual action plan. We identify community needs and then the support that's requested of us from nonprofits typically. We have developed a budget that involves housing rehabilitation. We've budgeted that at $349,500. This includes needed home repairs for approximately 17 homes, staff and rehab administration costs as well. For public service activities, we've budgeted $42,500. This expenditure is capped at 15% of our annual allocation. We have several nonprofit organizations that are classified as public service organizations by HUD, and we have received funding requests from several of those. South Oakland Shelter, Fair Housing Center of Metro Detroit, the Haven, CARES, and Common Ground all submitted requests for funding from us for our public services dollar amounts. Finally, we have program administration, which is also an expenditure that is capped. This is at 20% of our annual grant. This funding covers staff, legal notices, printing, audit services, things of that nature. We've had that at $60,000, so that rounds out our total proposed budget at $452,000. That's it for my comments. If you have some questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. I think at this time, unless council has questions, I'm going to open the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. Anyone who would wish to be heard on the CDBG grants may come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, and I too would like to offer my condolences again.
Thank you.
From my husband and I for the loss of your father. I know how it feels to be a daughter and lose the first man that you've ever loved. I just wanted to find out, I know that the city of Farmington Hills is probably one of the only municipalities that give double-digit grants to Haven. If I could just find out if the city of Farmington Hills is still giving $11,000 to Haven, and specifically how much to Common Ground, and if that $11,000 is combined between the two organizations. But I'm very passionate about Haven, have been for many years. I've gone around to several municipalities to try to get them to up the amount of money that they give to Haven, and was just very pleased that out of most of those jurisdictions, Farmington Hills gave the most money. So I'm hoping that we are still doing $11,000, and maybe we can consider bumping it up if we can afford to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak on CDBG funds? Okay. With that, then let's close the hearing, and we'll take it to council for questions.
Question, Madam Mayor, does you have a motion?
Okay.
I already know.
Yeah, please.
Would you be able for the audience to provide the breakdown between the four nonprofits? And again, the reason for the financial award to these nonprofits is because the city does have a contract with these nonprofits to provide services. So that is the reason that the city is able to make the financial contribution. It's not that the city is just making a donation to a nonprofit. The city is not allowed to do that. We actually have a contract for services with these nonprofits. But could you provide the amount for the public's benefit?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. We do have contracts, and the amounts projected for 24-25, CARES is projected for $15,000. Common Ground is $10,000. Haven is $10,000, and South Oakland Shelter or Lighthouse is $7,500. The money for Fair Housing Center of Metro Detroit, we actually take that out of our administrative. We've given them $5,000. The reason we do that is so that we can extend more of the funds toward the other nonprofits because of those caps that we have to undergo.
Thank you. All right. Then we're looking for a motion, please. Yes.
Madam Mayor, I move that resolve that the City Council approve the Community Development Block Grant Program year 2024-2025 budget to include number one, $349,500 for housing rehabilitation, number two, $42,500 for public services activities, number three, $60,000 for program administration. Any change in funding amount will be reflected in an adjustment to the housing rehabilitation activity. Further resolve that the city manager be authorized to prepare and submit an application for community development block grant funds to the United States Department of Housing, Urban and Development within 60 days of the date allocations are announced, but no later than August 16, 2024. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Dr. Bruce. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Our next item on the agenda is a public hearing and consideration of approval of the introduction of an ordinance to amend the City Code, Chapter 34 zoning chapter of the City of Farmington Hills, to amend the zoning map and district boundaries established under Section 34.3.2 to rezone and reclassify the property located at 31-130 Orchard Lake Road from the P1 Vehicular Parking District to B3 General Business District, rezoning request ZR1-1, 2024. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Charmaine Kettler-Schmaltz, Director.
If I may interrupt you for just one moment. If people are lining up for public comment, we are far from being the time for public comment. So if you're going to be in the council chamber, please take a seat. Thank you.
Ready?
And if we could close the door, that would be great. Anyone wishing to come in, please come in. We still have seats available. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Charmaine Kettler-Schmaltz, Director of Planning and Community Development, to introduce the item and give you a brief outline for the overview of this evening. The item before you is the rezoning request for a portion of the property adjacent to Orchard Lake Road and Mulfordton. The aerial is before you. This is a request to rezone the rear portion, which is currently zoned P1 to B3, which is shown on the zoning map before you. I will be having the presentation turned over to our consultant, Giffords Webster. Jill Bem is here to give you the overview from that perspective. And then we have the proponent in the audience to give their item background to you before the public comment portion of this item.
Thank you.
At that point, it would go back to the council for deliberation and determination if that's your decision. So I have Giffords Webster available for the presentation.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Also wish to extend condolences on the passing of your father as well. This proposal that you have before you is an interesting project, a different proposal that maybe we haven't seen before, but this is a rezoning request. So I am not coming tonight to talk to you about a plan unit development, which seems like it's been what we've talked about the last several times. We've come and talked to you about development proposal. This is just a simple rezoning request. This includes a parcel that is about an acre. It is on 14 Mile on the east side, as you'll see, south of 14 Mile at the corner of Orchard Lake and Mulfordton, that has split zoning. So the front portion of the parcel is zoned B3, and the rear portion is zoned P1. And you can see that the B3 portion is fairly consistent with the way the B3 parcels are laid out. It's a similar depth of those parcels that are north of it as well as south. The applicant is seeking this rezoning to more fully utilize this property in accordance with the B3 zoning district. Although I would note that, as you know, that when we look at rezoning requests, this particular kind is a straight rezoning. We look to all of the uses that are possible in that district, all of the permitted uses. I know the applicant does have something very specific in mind, but we will just focus the conversation on all of the things that could happen in this particular zoning district. So things to note about this proposed rezoning is over our first question that we consider is, what does the future land use map say? So as you know, we've been in a 2-year process of updating the city's master plan, and we are close to having that for your review and consideration, but still some months away from having adoption. So we're looking to the 2009 master plan. And in that master plan, we see the designation of non-center type businesses. And that is a land use category that speaks to standalone, primarily auto-oriented commercial businesses that aren't in a center, as the name might suggest. That is in alignment with the B3 zoning district. Now, the interesting part of this is that this area is part of what was in 2009 considered to be one of the special planning areas. And in that, it was called the Orchard Lake Mixed Use Redevelopment Area. And you'll see in our review letter that we've included the 5 different features of that mixed use area. At the time, there's a mention of the PUD that included a plan unit development for that shopping center that's just to the north and east with the Sam's Club and the Home Depot. This area, I think at the time, was expected to maybe redevelop in a different kind of way. And the idea is that this area would be perhaps more mixed-use oriented, some different considerations for height in this area, remaining with some buffer areas for the existing residential and the residential to the nearby areas. When we think about what the considerations are for this rezoning request, we look to the 10 items that are included in the review of the Planning Commission. Now, the Planning Commission did see this review. They met with the applicant in February. They set the public hearing for March, and they passed a recommendation of approval of this zoning change. However, we would note just a couple of things in our review letter with the consideration for the rezoning. The first question, again, being, is it consistent with the future land use map? We do think that it is consistent with that, though it's less consistent with the special planning for that area. And that is something that has been carried forward and discussed much more in more detail in our current planning process. Again, the future land use map that is underway envisions a continuation of this previous special planning area, thinking about more mixed use, thinking about ways to add potentially more housing in this area, and seeing that in that full area altogether. However, we're just thinking about this one parcel right now. Are there any other changes to public services or utilities that would be required due to this rezoning? Not likely. The area is zoned that way, both north and south, as well as across the street for commercial businesses. It's not anticipated that any use here would have any added demand on those services or utilities. The question 3, has the applicant provided evidence that the property cannot be developed or used as zoned? The front portion is already developed, and it has been used for a number of years, although we do note that there are some nonconformities given the size of the parcel. However, we note that both north and south are similar depths in terms of that development. Is the proposed zoning district and potential land uses compatible with surrounding uses? It is generally compatible, except for the area zone RA4 to the north, the little square immediately adjacent to the property, as well as a little bit to the east. Although that area above is used as parking currently and is not used as single-family residential. So we would just note that. Will the proposed zoning place a burden on nearby thoroughfares? Not likely on Orchard Lake. There is already a curb cut there, and there is one on Mulfredton too. So we don't anticipate any further demand other than what we already have there. Is there other land available for this use? There is other land, Zone B3, some of which is vacant. That's primarily in the Grand River and Northwestern Highway corridor, so nothing else immediately adjacent to this area. Do we think that any development could meet the zoning district requirements? And we do think that's the case. There is some concern with what the applicant is proposing, however, with their specific use, that they may not be able to meet the standards of the zoning district for the B3 zoning district. Whether the rezoning is the best way to address this request, or could the existing zoning district be amended? The existing zoning that they are seeking to change from is P1 parking. It is simply for parking. So adding a use or multiple uses to the P1 district probably isn't the best approach to this request. Has there been a change in circumstances and conditions since the adoption of the master plan? although the master plan was done a number of years ago, development in the immediate area hasn't changed in a substantial way other than new development and enhanced development, as we're going to be seeing across the street as well, but still commercial uses in that area. And then finally, would the granting the request result in an unplanned spot zone? It's something that we want to make sure of, that we're not granting special privileges to a parcel that would be inconsistent with those around that. And we just note that the parcels to the north and the south are Zone B3. On the future land use map, you see the areas, and you can see that map on page 6. A report that shows the small office areas around that area as well. I believe that is the brief overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. We'll now open it for the public hearing specifically on this proposal, and then council questions.
Or you may wish to hear from the applicant first?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I would love to
Yes.
hear from the applicant.
Good.
I beg your pardon. And thank you for considering investing in our city.
Rendering package as well. Go. The concept rendering.
Saving it on the desktop.
Safest way to go. Okay. And then we'll put you right there.
All right. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Jeff Schroeder with the law firm of Plunkett Cooney. I am here representing the applicant, Hanawa Lasher Road Development Company. I am joined by Jacob Rillett, our project engineer, and Nick Hanawa, the developer, is here as well. This presentation by your planning consultant, Giffords Weber, we did here at the Planning Commission. It was dated January 11th. We have no objections to that report. We did appear twice, excuse me, before the Planning Commission, did receive a favorable 8-0 recommendation. A few things I'd like to point out on behalf of the applicant, which is, first of all, to the extent it's important for a rezoning, it was brought up about residential properties to the north. There is a parcel with a home that the developer and applicant has under contract right now. And we could eliminate the issue of the residential property being immediately adjacent by a subsequent rezoning to office in that area. In addition to the issue of the being 200 feet from the intersection, we currently have a proposed curb cut on Mulfordton, which the Planning Commission was very pleased with, that the curb cut was going to be on the side street instead of out onto Orchard Lake. And we have it measured right now at 201 feet. If our final survey shows that that is incorrect, our engineers and site plan architects have the ability to move that curb cut on this site plan to make sure that that's going to be consistent with your zoning ordinances. Again, today we're here for the rezoning of the rear portion from P1 to B3. We agree that it's consistent with the current future land use and master plan in the city, and we'd appreciate a favorable vote in favor of rezoning this property. We can get into the details of some of the proposed development, but I'm going to keep it to the 10,000-foot view now and focus on the rezoning. But if you have any questions, our team is here to answer them.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just for the car wash that you're planning on building there, is the entrance to the car wash going to be off of Mulfordton?
Yes.
And will they be exiting onto Orchard Lake Road?
No. The entrance and exit will be off Mulfordton, and it's on our renderings. And like I said, we may move that a little bit to the east just to make sure we're within the 200 feet from the intersection.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything further on your presentation?
No.
Yes, 'cause I see a PowerPoint up, is that?
The
Well,
renderings?
I'm trying to keep it to the rezoning issues. We have this up in case there were more specific site-related issues, but really, I didn't want to spend time on that if the council didn't want to focus on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing on this particular, the consideration of this introduction of the ordinance to amend the city code. Hearing is open now.
Good evening, council. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I use my P.O. Box for everything, but I am a homeowner in the city of Farmington Hills as well as the city of Southfield. I'm concerned about that particular location. We have a lot of other prime properties in the city of Farmington Hills, and I'm all in favor of car washes, especially if they're LEED certified, if they've got all the energy efficiency materials that they're using. But that particular location, it's right near a roundabout. That area is very busy across from where Bed Bath & Beyond used to be. Then you've got the Wings Restaurant across the street from that. You have the other businesses, Sherwood Paint Place across the street from that. And if I'm not mistaken, right there on Mulferton Street, you have another business that's across there. I like the question that you asked, Councilman Bruce, about where would they enter and exit. It doesn't appear to be a problem to enter from Mulferton, but I don't even know if they have the backyard space going further down that street to also exit on Mulferton. And what I would like to see when you have these public hearings about businesses like this, we don't want to hear the talk. We want to see it on the screen. It would be nice to see what the building facade would look like, to have the information up there about the materials that are being used, if it's going to be LEED certified, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I would like to see more than just that particular sign that says car wash, express auto wash. So I don't know. I'm not in favor of that particular location. I think we have some other prime properties that would be more conducive to that area. And, you know, there's a planner, Robert Gibbs. He said, just because the zoning allows for a business to be there, when you're lumping a lot of stuff together, it starts to look like hodgepodge. And I know everybody wants to be on the major thoroughfare where all the excitement is, but you just can't squeeze something big like a car wash in that high traffic area, not near a roundabout. So I'm not in favor of it in that location unless they can show me something otherwise.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Are there any others who would like to speak for the public hearing on this consideration of an ordinance? Okay, in that case, I can call the public hearing closed. Council, comments, questions, issues, concerns? Yes, Ms. Null.
I'll go. While I have some concerns with the rezoning request, the first one being that we are spending a lot of time and effort on the adoption of a new master plan that we've been working on now for a couple years. We've received quite a bit of public feedback into that process, and this rezoning request seems to be incompatible with the new master plan, which basically calls for this particular intersection to be more of a special planning district, a mixed use, more walkable district. That is one concern. Another concern I have is the proximity to residential. It's proposed, the city council already approved a plan for luxury apartments to go just to that would be east of there, of this proposed location for rezoning. So you would have vacuums, vehicle stacking, the noise of a car wash, all quite close to residential. And while the residential isn't there yet, the plan has been approved to put residential in there. I think the stacking of cars near this intersection is a real problem. If you look at the car wash, it's now called Jack's over there at 12 Mile, just on the east side of Orchard Lake. On a nice sunny day in the middle of the winter or in the spring, it gets so backed up that the cars back up to Orchard Lake. Someone trying to go straight when the light turns, going eastbound on 12 Mile, they often get backed up into the intersection. Going northbound on Orchard Lake, they can't make a right-hand turn, or if they do, they have to go around the traffic. It's actually quite dangerous too when cars are trying to turn out of there, especially if they're trying to turn left. They can't get across through the left-hand turn lane. Even making a right-hand turn backs up. And, you know, granted, this isn't every day. It tends to be on nice sunny days when everyone's out trying to get their car washed. And this 14 Mile Orchard Lake is an extremely busy roundabout. And even though the ingress egress is not on Orchard Lake, it's on Mulferton, I still think that the cars could potentially back up onto Orchard Lake if they're doing great business and there's a lot of people. On a nice sunny day, I think that would really be problematic on Orchard Lake right in front of this roundabout. So I just don't think this rezoning request is compatible with the new master plan, as well as the residential. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. Other comments? Anyone? Dr. Bruce?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with Ms. Knoll's comments. I have a lot of concerns about this car wash being located where it is for really all the reasons that she stated, especially so close to residential, so much of a high traffic area, the noise, cars coming in and out, vacuums, that kind of thing. I really don't feel that it's the direction we really want to go with necessarily this area with everything we're trying to do there. So I really am reluctant to go through with this rezoning and put a car wash in there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with the comments made by Councilmember Knoll. She did a great job explaining the details why this may not be a good fit. I concur with those comments because when you look at the proximity to the residential area, that it could be quite noisy for existing residential residents there as well. And then with the proposed development for the new apartment complex there, it can be a hindrance as well. And the fact that it's just a small area where stacking will be an issue. It will be an issue there, as well as the roundabout being in close proximity as well. So for those reasons, I just think that's somewhat incompatible to what we wanted to achieve there, and the fact that it could impact residents now as well as future residents is a concern of mine, and it is somewhat incompatible with what we wanted to do there in regards to our future land use in that area. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So I have a question for council, please.
Yes.
So similarly, I feel the same way. I am not in favor at all of introducing this ordinance. So do we need a motion to not introduce the ordinance, or do we just see if there's a motion to approve, and if there is no motion to approve, then there's nothing to vote on? Or what is the protocol, please?
No, my advice would be for council to make a motion to deny introduction of the ordinance, and as part of that motion, try and include as many of the reasons as you've been discussing in the course of this deliberation in the motion, so it's very clear that those are the reasons supporting the motion to deny, and that council, or at least a majority of council, is agreeing with those as being the basis for denying.
So it would include, a motion would include such things as when we look at the 10-part test, it does not meet test item number 3, 7, or 8. It's incompatible with the RA4 We're concerned about traffic and that test number 6 is available to do this sort of project in another part of the city,
Correct.
Yes,
to that effect.
good citations to the planner's report in that regard, and an explanation as to why those items listed in the report, those are items that the planner has identified as evaluation points for rezonings, and your findings would be that it doesn't meet those checkpoints, and you state why it doesn't meet those checkpoints. And things that I was hearing is consistent with what the mayor said, as well as things relating to existing approved development in the immediate area and so forth.
So I think we have council members working on a motion as we speak. Excuse me. Yes,
Okay, I'll make a motion here.
thank you.
Okay, I would like to make a motion here to deny the introduction of an ordinance to amend the city code, chapter 34, zoning chapter of the city of Farmington Hills, to amend the zoning map and district boundaries established under section 34.3.2 to rezone and reclassify the property located at 31130 Orchard Lake Road, given the P1 Vehicle Parking District to B3 General Business District rezoning request ZR1-1-2024 because it does the rezoning request is not consistent with the special planning for this area in the future master plan. The applicant has not provided that the property cannot be developed as zoned. Number 6, there is other land zone B3, some of which is vacant in the city. 7, the rezoning would not be able to meet section 4.40, including a prohibition on adjacency to residential zoned properties. And 9, there has not been an immediate change in the area or the conditions that would support a rezoning request.
Maybe 8.
And 8, the intent of the P1 district is to accommodate vehicular parking uses, and additional uses should not be added to P1 district. An amendment, any sort of rezoning, would not resolve the classification of the conflict of the two zoning classifications.
Yeah,
There.
thank you.
1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you.
Support that.
Okay, we have a motion and support. Any discussion? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Council members Aldred,
Yes, to deny, yes.
Bridges,
Yes to deny.
Bruce,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to new business. Item 4, consideration of approval of the introduction of an ordinance amending the Farmington Hills City Code, Chapter 4, Alcoholic Liquors, Article 2, Licensing, to repeal Section 4-43 and amend Section 4-46 to remove the requirement of a bona fide restaurant operation for on-premises liquor licenses.
You want a
Who is-
presentation from the clerk, or you?
You want me to give just a little overview of why we're, okay,
please.
no problem. So this item has come before council quite a few times in the past, the removal of the bona fide restaurant requirement in the liquor license ordinance. Just recently, we've had a couple businesses come forth asking about our license, and the way that they have their operation, they are not a bona fide restaurant. So council had discussed this at our last study session. Our attorney Jopik had presented a draft amendment to the ordinance, and it was a consensus at that time to move forward.
Okay, thank you. And so is there a motion, please?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I move the council approve the introduction of an ordinance amending the Farmington Hills City Code, Chapter 4, Alcohol Liquors, Article 2, Licensing, to repeal Section 4-43 and amend Section 4-46 to remove the requirement of a bona fide restaurant operation for on-premise liquor licenses.
Thank you. And Mr. Dwyer, I saw your hand up. Was that to second or no? I thought I saw your hand up.
No.
Okay. All right. Is there, we have a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second, please? Okay. Okay, support Ms. Knoll? Okay, any discussion? Okay, this is
make
a,
one-
I'm sorry, yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Allen.
one comment on this one. I mean, one of the comments I have on this is that we go from something that's very specific with regards requiring a restaurant to something that's more wide open. So my general, in the sense of not requiring that specific bona fide restaurant requirement. So my comment would just be to underline what is now the new paragraph 4 that says that the council will determine that it will provide sufficient satisfactory benefit to the community, consideration given to the effects and impact of the issuance of the license will have upon the economic development of the city or surrounding area. So I just want to just underline the fact that I believe that this council will make a good decision on that regard, but this is just something that I want to make sure that going forward, this is something that council would continue to make sure that these kind of decisions on liquor licenses are duly made with what is the benefit of the whole community. And so that's my comment, that I think I can support this, but with that underlining of the fact that this is something the council needs to take seriously with regards to the benefit on the community.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Knoll.
And I'll just, I support this ordinance, and I also agree with what you're saying 100%. We have so few liquor licenses available in this community that it is very important that when one does come available and we have applications for it, that we significantly consider the applications and try to determine what makes the most sense for the community at large as to awarding the liquor license, because they are rare.
Indeed they are.
I just want to also add that the council had a lot of discussion about this issue. We talked about this a lot in regards to the necessity to consider removing that particular requirement that a restaurant, you need to have a restaurant in order to get a liquor license, because we feel that's, the consensus was that we believe that that's maybe an impediment for certain businesses that want to locate to Farmington Hills. So that's why we looked at this on an objective manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, this is a roll call vote.
Council members Knoll,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Bridges,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
and Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. This then takes us to item 5, recommended approval of extension of contract for special services, facilities, and program consultant with sports facilities companies in the amount not to exceed $300,000 per year with extensions CMR 4-24-39.
I'll introduce that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Very briefly, this is a culmination of of an effort to bring a Phase 2 of our Sports Facilities Corporation evaluation of our Special Services Department. If you recall, Phase 1 was commissioned in, I believe, 2022, with a final report to council in 2023, about a year ago. And when we completed that, we realized we needed to have a deeper dive in this arena, especially as it relates to potential impacts to our community and services at large. So with that, I've asked staff to provide a brief presentation. Ellen Schneckel, our Director of Special Services, will speak, as will Tom Scribola, our Finance Director. And then finally, we have Evan Eliff here from Sports Facilities Corporation to introduce himself again to some on council that are new to him and provide a background on his corporation. And just as a friendly reminder, because, you know, I kind of have some hearing impairment, please, when we speak into the microphone so we can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening. As Gary indicated, I'm Ellen Schnack, the Director of Special Services. Good to see you and the public that's watching us. So I, along with City Administration and Council, have been working for several years to study and address the financial subsidy that is provided by the General Fund to support Special Services operations and capital investment. The opening of the Hawk in June of 2021, a new business venture for the city, helped increase that financial subsidy, along with things such as inherited legacy costs of programs and services, and overall aging infrastructure of our historic structures and facilities, staffing, recruitment, and retainment challenges. In March of 22, as Gary indicated, the City of Farmington Hills engaged SFC, Sports Facilities Company, to analyze the current performance of and provide recommendations for the optimization of the Special Services Department, with a very specific focus on the Cossack Activity Center and the Hawk. SFC then provided a 60-page document with a summary of work completed, including strategic recommendations and next steps for implementation. These were sensitized to the parameters established by City Council at the time. A summary was published in April of 2023 and presented to City Council last summer. The City Council authorized the administration to enact several recommendations of the study, many of which we already had in process, including expand and increase programming, raise fees where appropriate, increase private-public partnerships, explore potential outside staffing services, seek additional grants and sponsorships, reduce expenses where possible, develop a strategic marketing plan. It has become evident that an expanded analysis of the entire department and all programs, parks, facilities, and services, the development of a strategic plan, and increased implementation support is needed for our department and for our city. Therefore, we're recommending that the city approve a contract extension with SFC for Phase 2, as Gary indicated, of this project. So I'd like to bring up Finance Director Tom Scribola, as well as Evan from SFC, with some comments and to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Schnackel. I'm going to bring up a item here. Okay, this particular slide here is, I'll full screen that. There we go. This particular slide is a culmination of a request.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Tom.
Yes, ma'am.
We can't see the slide. It's not on our screens.
Oh, okay. Is there a way that you can, that I can send it to you?
There it is.
Great.
Look at delay.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, hopefully the slide is readable, but it will be sent to you. What this slide is a quick overview of finances for relative to the Special Services Department and the general fund contribution, or if you will, the draw on the general fund resources of the Special Services Department, which has been the focus of our analysis dating back to 2021. In December of 2021, you may remember, some of you were here when I made a first presentation on this particular topic. So we've been tracking it since then. And as you can see, there have been pretty substantial increases in revenue for the Special Services Department. Program revenue, which is the black highlighted area with white lettering down at the bottom, has increased from 6.7 million to an estimated 8.68 million for the end of this fiscal year, which would be June 30th of 2024. projected revenue in the upcoming years based upon trends and based upon requested program expansion and such, and also offering potential offerings of new programs to attract new customers and more net revenue. That would project to improve our bottom line by about $1.7 million from 23-24 to 26-27, from a deficit of 5.9 million or so to a deficit of about 4.1 million. So, it's about 1.8 million. So that would be a good trend. We need to make progress in that direction. The ultimate goal that we set last year with the study that was provided to the previous city council was to reduce that drawdown of general fund resources from about 6 million a year to more like 2 million a year, which was the drawdown that was typical for the Special Services Department prior to the institution of the Hawk Community Center. So 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, you typically saw a drawdown of about $2 million of general fund money for the Special Services Department. So that was that's some context for you relative to the study from last year and the finances surrounding that study, and also our current situation, the estimated dollars for the end of this year, and a sneak preview of the budgeted request that you will receive with the proposed budget that will be coming your way the first week of May. And then we'll have a study session in the second week of May, full second week of May, I should say, to go over all of this in detail, as well as the entire city budget. With that, I will take any questions or give it back to Ellen or to Evan to follow up.
Right. Dr. Bruce?
Thank you very much. None of these figures take into account money that we would have to spend in the future, in the near future, on the Caustic Center, correct?
That is correct.
In terms of, so this 4 million deficit by the end of 26-27 is just revenues and expenditures only.
That is correct.
How, is that a pretty conservative number, that 4.09 million by the end of this 26-27, or is it kind of a rosy prediction, or a pretty, like, yeah, we're going to meet this kind of a thing, or taking a lot of things into account, we hope to meet that?
It takes a lot of things into account, and it does not, as you suggest, I mean, if big ticket items like the pool pump at the Caustic Center break, that's a large expenditure to get that back up and running. Or if other portions of the Caustic facility should need to be visited with serious repairs, we do not have dollars set aside in the budget for major repairs at the Caustic Center. That's really the subject of the study, to help us get a handle on that particular problem, since that is really beyond anything that we've budgeted in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Aldred, then Mr. Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just along those lines to clarify, Tom, the line of the program revenue goes up from 8.6 million to 12 million in, and that's, you think, reasonable?
Those are estimates provided by Special Services and are based on a number of assumptions about program changes, program development, program growth, new programs, and also, and so we have a breakdown of those dollars between just the natural growth of existing programs, if we made no new programs, or if we did not expand existing programs. So we have it divided into 3 pieces: the natural growth of existing programs, expansion of existing programs, and new fees that we are putting into place to try to stay current with the marketplace, and also potentially new programs that would be added.
Mr. Bridges.
Tom, thank you for the presentation. Question for you. You said that the projected deficit for special services is at $4,100,000 in 2026-27. That includes the deficit are you folded in the deficit to Hawk 2 as part of the total deficit?
That is not the general fund deficit. That is the general fund draw strictly for special services. Okay, the general fund deficit is different than that. We're simply looking at the contribution the general fund is making to special services on this slide. The general fund deficit in toto is somewhat different than that number.
Okay, so So let me make sure I understand this. So $4 million is a deficit for special services right now, you're saying?
Right now, the draw is actually estimated to be 5.98 million for this fiscal year.
And that does not include the deficit to Hawk?
That includes everything at special services, yes.
No, I want to make sure I understand it. So does it include the Hawk or not, yes or no?
Can you repeat that again?
Include the
Sorry.
Hawk, yes or no, for this $4 million deficit?
It does include the Hawk, yes.
It does?
Yes.
Okay, what is the Hawk deficit right now?
Well, I don't really have a breakout of the Hawk deficit as a portion of that number. Yeah.
Okay, so $4
It's a
million.
substantial portion. If I had to guess, I would say it's at least 4 million of that. Yes.
Okay, I'll talk to you offline about it.
Because the
All right.
Hawk, the reason I say that is because the deficit prior to the Hawk was about 2.5 million. The Hawk added $1.6 million of debt service, which you see there, and also about $2 million of administrative costs for maintenance and operation of the facility.
I like the fact that we're seeing a growth in revenue, no question about that. I mean, we definitely see a nice increase in revenue, beginning in from the COVID years up to now. So it's very important to see that, and that's helping reduce that. Expenditures went up, of course, because of the opening of the Hawk, no question about that. You know, so, gotcha. Thank you. One more question for you. How much is a meal in Farmington? How much is it worth?
That raises about, with the current taxable value we have, that raises about $4.7 million, I believe.
4.7?
Yes.
Per meal, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Evan, did you want to offer anything? Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Ms. Null?
So actually, mine is
Okay.
not for him, it's for Ellen.
Okay,
So
all right.
I can wait.
All set?
Nope, question for Ellen.
Well, actually, I will wait until after we hear from
Evan?
Evan.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, councilmember staff. Thank you for welcoming me back to Farmington Hills. I think it's my 4th trip here. Happy to be back. I will be very brief in my introduction. Evan Elef, I'm a partner with Sports Facilities Companies. I've been leading our pre-development planning services and our existing facility optimization services for the last 12 years. Prior to that, my background is in operations. Very pleased to represent our company. I know some of you are familiar faces to me, some of you are new faces to me, but Sports Facilities Companies, we've been around, this is our 21st year. Started off doing primarily feasibility studies, then out of demand, we grew several other arms of our company. Today, we've got over 2,500 employees across the country. We serve about 225 different communities per year, over 3,000 communities over the last 21 years. And most importantly, I think for you, we also manage facilities in 60 different communities across the country. Most of those are public, some of them are private. Wide variety and blend of facilities ranging from some of the largest tournament complexes in the country to amphitheaters and stadiums, all the way down to seasonal outdoor community water parks. So we really span kind of everything that is touched by Parks and Recreation. We like to say sports, recreation, wellness, events, and entertainment. If it's going to get people active in a community, we want to be part of it. And so through the work that we did previously, starting in 2022, wrapping up last year, and now at the request of staff to come back and create a proposal to support in the expansion of the strategic plan, as well as the implementation and the execution of that strategic plan. That's why I'm here. And knowing that you were going to be talking about it tonight, I thought it was important to make the trip up, make sure that if you had any questions that I could help as you start to understand more and make your decision. Just wanted to be here and be a resource for you. So happy to answer any questions you've got.
Thank you. Council, questions? Yes.
So my question is probably for Ms. Schnackle as well as for Evan. And you can kind of figure out who's best to answer it. So one of the, in the past, a year ago, when you provided the initial work of this study, there were about 4 recommendations regarding facilities, specifically the Hawk and the Costic Center. One of the items that was not included in there was, I'll call it a hybrid, keeping the Costic Center, but using a portion of that land surrounding the Costic Center that potentially could be available for some other type of development, and using potentially those proceeds to help with the Caustic Center. I'd like to see if that option, that hybrid option, will be included in this next phase.
I'll go first. So thank you very much. You're absolutely right. The use of the existing land surrounding Caustic wasn't a primary focus. We were focused on the facilities at Caustic and the Hawk primarily. Absolutely. One of our specialties is mixed-use development, and how mixed-use development is now more and more regularly being anchored by recreation, right? You create destinations for your residents, you create destinations for out-of-town guests if they're there for an event or an activity, and naturally that creates some opportunity for surrounding development. So we specialize in that. We're doing it in a lot of communities right now where they're looking at sports and recreation as part of a mixed-use development. We're supporting that. We've got our own systems, our own processes analytically. We also have some great development partners, and if that's of interest to you, our goal in the next phase, if you'd like to engage us to expand the strategic plan, is to leave no stone uncovered. So if that's something that you'd like us to investigate, we'd be happy to do that, and ultimately follow the direction of you elected officials and staff.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bruce?
Question for Evan. So at the end of this process, will we have a pretty detailed plan of options and costs of what to do with the Hawk, with the Caustic Center, all of special services? And will it take more than a year to do this? Because I feel like we've been kicking this can down the road for years now.
Sure.
And every year we're having to meet a $4, $5, $6 million deficit plug here from the general fund. So I think we need to get this done sooner rather than later. And this has been hanging over us ever since I got back on council, a few years ago. So I feel a certain urgency to get this darn thing done. So will you need more than a year to give us the information? Because $300,000 is a lot of money. I mean, with that kind of money, not only do I want a good product, but I want some expediency for this product. And I don't want it to keep dragging out year after year. So do you think that that 1 year is a reasonable goal to give us a final product that says, this is your options, here's the costs, and this is it?
Yeah, forgive me, because I'm going to say a couple of things here that might feel like I'm going roundabout to start with, but I promise it's all honed in to answering your exact question. So first and foremost, let me juxtapose the previous work, which was a study through an RFP, versus this, which is intended to be a streamlined action plan. Yes, we will provide documentation and narrative and resources and backup information as much as you would like, but our goal is to get to action as quickly as possible. As that, let me break down the actual services that we've recommended or how that structures. So more than half of that expense, so I suppose first, and forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but that amount is higher than the expected amount that we have. It's kind of the top range of the amount. Our fees are broken down primarily into two different areas. One is to bring an on-site account executive, someone who would live here in Farmington Hills and be the day-to-day person to help to develop the plan as it initially gets developed, but especially as it grows and evolves, because we'll be hiring while we're starting the expansion of the plan, and then be here to support through implementation and execution. I don't expect that you are going to receive, unless you want an interim report or a report at a timeline, I wouldn't think about this as a timeline to produce a report. I would think about this as a timeline to produce the immediate action steps and continue from there for a prioritized list of steps and an ongoing and iterative set of recommendations. If we're here in 12 months and something goes catastrophically wrong with the pool filter at Caustic or whatever else it may be, and you need to make immediate decisions, our job is to mobilize very quickly and respond to that and create a mini strategic action plan for whatever that most pressing topic is at that time. So this is not intended to result in a study. It's intended to go through 3-4 kind of month time frame to expand the previous work, to come back in front of you, hopefully at that time with an account executive here side by side, to present that plan and then to go and execute that plan over what we've recommended as, think of it as a 2-year time frame. So we get to work on prioritizing the plan, on identifying the strategies, prioritizing and getting them underway. Obviously, depending on what it is, whether it's facilities-based, program-based, pricing-based, There'll be a stair-stepped approach to that, ultimately with approval and communication and setting expectations for your community, and that will be ongoing. So we put it as a 2-year plan with sort of a renewal, if you'd like it, or a set of renewals. But that 2-year plan would start with 3 to 4 months on the initial action plan, get the person hired, start making those high-priority changes, continue to develop repeated and new action steps and priorities as we go down the path. Is that helpful?
Okay. I guess I have a sense of urgency because the Caustic Center, I think you could say it's being held together with baling wire and duct tape.
That's accurate.
Yeah. So we're putting good money after bad every day at the Caustic Center. So we either need to go in with a full renovation and at least do the right thing with spending money the smart way, or tear it down and start over somewhere else. But just continuing to dump money into that place just to hold it together is not a good use of public money, I think. So that's why I'm really pushing for this to be done much sooner than later.
Yeah.
And I feel that I feel like we've been spinning our wheels a lot on this. I don't know if other people on council feel the same, but I feel like we just keep talking and talking and talking this to death. And I really am anxious to get an actual plan in hand that says, okay, here's the pricing, here's the options, and this is the outcome of each one of these different things. So I really am beginning to have a bit of an issue here with all of this.
Sure.
So that's my comments.
Yeah, appreciate that.
One comment. Okay. Just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. The initial work you did was very comprehensive. We appreciate that. We want a objective, as you wanted to deliver, plan to the city in regards to this issue. And we want all options to be considered, which you are going to do. And we want to preclude anything. Okay, and so appreciate that, and you've done a great job with the initial report. I look forward to a better product when you're done, okay?
Yep,
Thank you.
appreciate that.
So I think you can hear our bias for action. Mr. Aldred?
Yeah, to add comments as well, thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to caustic, I really do think that's the highest priority. It's what we hear in the community. And so I see the wording around, a very complete review of all the services in special services, which I understand in the context, the backdrop of the total budget question, where should we be spending, where's the best return, what's the best thing for the community. I get that, but I would like to really underscore the comment about the most important thing here is to really to nail this topic of what is the best solution here, and yes, it's going to require some looking at different options, a number of different options, and make sure those are evaluated. So just wanted to underscore those comments that of all the things that we do, and we do a lot of great things in special services. You do a great job. But we have a very specific need here, and that needs to be the priority, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just say 3 things very quickly. One of them, I do think you're going to see this is just it's a different work product and it's a different process than the study that we produced previously to get into an action plan and then to go work it. So we'll be as fast as possible. Number 2, we presented this as a proposal, did not have the benefit of feedback. If you'd like us to go back and before we sign anything, if you'd like to have a timeline that we can track against and start to work on, if that would be helpful for you to see that, happy to go back and do that and get that back to you quickly. And then the third piece that I'll mention is it will not be our job to tell you to do something or not to do something. It will be our job to give you a range of options and to tell you the most reliable and credible information to make your decisions on. And so there are things that are constantly growing and changing and evolving. I agree with, based on work that has now been on pause for about a year, so forgive me for not knowing the most recent updates, but I agree with everything you've said based on my knowledge of caustic. There are other variables to come into play. We've seen significant increases in the cost of new pool construction over the last year. It's up 55% since COVID was sort of in the middle, and I have the new national numbers, and if you'd like to be sick to your stomach, I can give you the average national cost currently to build an indoor pool on a cost per square foot basis, because it has gone up, it's doubled over the last 5 to 6 years.
Awesome. Yes, Ms. Nell.
One more item, maybe for Ms. Schnackle. What will the special services be doing during this time to collect additional feedback from the Caustic Center users so that that feedback can also be given to Evan and potentially help kind of influence the type of items he may be looking at?
Yeah, well, as we've discussed, we're definitely in this together, right? We're working together for this, and there has to be an enormous amount of public input. These are the people that pay taxes in our community that have supported this effort. But this center and its own community that exists at Costic, this has been here. That was the first recreation center that we ever operated. It's imperative that we understand what the needs are of the group of people currently using it, the potential future users. So a huge amount of public input in the planning process, but also when you're faced with, as he said, these aren't decisions we're telling you, here's these options. And as we come together to say which is the best option for our community, we have to engage that group of people.
Thank you. All right, is there a motion? Please.
Make a motion, Madam Mayor, that we, where's that report at? I'm sorry, right here. Right here. Good, thank you. I move the council approve the extension of a contract for special services facility and program consulting with sports facilities companies in the amount of not to exceed $300,000 per year with extensions. That's my motion.
Support, okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Mr. Aldred. Any discussion? Dr. Bruce.
Thank you. I wonder if I could make a friendly amendment that we add on, or modify the motion that not to exceed $300,000 for 1 year. And if they need more time, to bring it back for further council evaluation and approval. Because if I'm reading this correct, after 1 year, then they could just be granted another extension without council approval. Is that correct? So I want it to come back through council if that makes sense, because.
One year extension.
What does that mean, Attorney?
Go ahead. Sure. The way the motion is written, as it's currently written, it's an amount not to exceed $300,000 per year with one or more administration-approved extensions not to exceed a total of 2 additional years. So that means that you're approving it for $300,000 per year with the contract to be 1 year with 2 potential extensions that can be approved by the administration without coming back.
Right.
Yes.
And I would rather it come back to council for review and approval, just because of my concerns I stated earlier. I think it's important for us to review this in a year, because if we're looking at 3 years, I've got a lot of concerns here. So I think, again, to build up some pressure, I'd like to do it for 1 year, and then if more time is needed, have us review it after that 1 year time.
As a maker of that motion, I would accept that, but I don't want the contractor to be rushed to make a decision either. I want a thorough investigation of the issue, and but I don't want to get in a situation where we're locking you out for, you may need more time. So I accept that friendly motion regarding that particular point regarding that, but I'm also, I'm not here. I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on the consultant that may arrive at some information or decision that may not be the best for the city either in regards to rushing this particular decision. So I can accept that and regarding the fact that that would be part of my motion, but I wanted to let you know that I really want you to do the job you need to do. If it requires more time, we will come back to council for an extension, but do not be rushed to make a decision on this. Thank you.
Do you accept for the second? Yes, okay. Do you have a question, Mr. Dwyer? No. Okay, anyone have comments, further discussion on this? I have one item. I would like to see a timeline, and I would like to hear interim reports. The last thing I want is to have a year go by and then we've heard nothing. Yeah. So if we could have reasonable, and I trust the city manager to help us define reasonable, so that we are involved and engaged in the process, because we know a lot of our city is watching and all want to have the best thing for the city, but there is, as you've definitely heard, a bias for action.
I just wanted to make, Mr. Attorney, do I need a modified motion to accept the mayor's comments as well, or is that part of the motion?
It doesn't need to be, I don't think.
Well, it's really a question about whether the terms of the proposal include reporting to city council by the contractor, and I don't have an answer to that question. If that is not currently in the contract, or if we don't know, then yes, it should be included, that we include a provision regarding reporting to council periodically.
I can accept that mayor's comment as being part of my motion.
Thank you. Gary?
If I may, Mayor, I'm sorry, Steve. We've had these conversations, and we understand the need for immediate action where we see opportunities to improve. Evan and I and Ellen and Tom have had conversations about, as we progress through this process, where there is low-hanging fruit and there are things that we can implement, certainly those things will be coming back. If we can change them administratively, we'll make them administratively. If these are larger scope issues that impact policy, then we will certainly bring those to council as we unearth those and have recommendations for council. Evan, I don't know if you want to add to that, or if you have concerns about what council is discussing, if I may, Mayor?
No concerns whatsoever. Our structure will be to provide you with a written report every month. It's not going to be 25 pages. It's going to be an executive summary level, so you can keep it short and sweet. But, if you'd like us to come and present that verbally at council, give an update, that's fine. If as part of this work, one of the ways that you want to use our services is to we do custom community websites, which have engagement platforms, timelines, updates. We can share information on there. That can be set up as a survey function and as a prioritization function for spaces or programs. We could activate that at Caustic on one computer, and people could come in and be led through that with staff at Caustic, so that if they don't have access or comfort using either a computer or the mobile version of the survey, they can come in and do it on one computer. Our job will be to work for you, to work for your residents, and to provide you with the updates, the communication you want, and I don't have any concerns with anything that's been shared today.
One more question for Evan. Evan, so I guess one of the concerns that I have is the vision or the plan here is to essentially embed one of your employees with our staff for a period of time. If we're reducing it down to a one-year period, is that going to hamstring you in an ability to attract somebody to fill that role?
I don't believe it will. Our company's growth will allow us we get the right person, and we're going to hire the right person for this job. There will be a next job and a next job and a next job for them whenever this wraps up. And also there's a 60-day term clause. So if you decide after 6 months or 16 months or whatever, that it's not going the direction you want, it's really easy to terminate it. And we go for renewals, not terminations, so.
All right, are we good? Okay, this is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, with that, yes, we are going to take a 5-ish minute, probably more like 10-minute recess. Come back. All right, we are reconvening. There are no additions to the agenda, so the next item is going to be public comments. I know a number of you have been here several times that are in the audience tonight. I see some new faces here this evening as well. And so let me hit the high points of the ground rules for public comment. Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to address council. Please address all your comments to council. There will be no clapping, applauding, or any commentary during public comment. I'm seeing a lot of head nodding because I know a lot of you have been here several times. But we will be maintaining decorum at all times. We also see that there are some people who are here who have signs. If you have a sign, it needs to be shoulder level or below, so that's too high. A little lower, please. Thank you. That's the rule for signs in the room. We are encouraging people to line up and then speak. Public comment is a maximum of 5 minutes, and you can see we have a timer. That will be how we do it. It will be first come, first served. Council, anything I'm missing in the ground rules?
Tell me you give them a warning.
Oh, yeah. If someone is not following the ground rules, I will give one warning. And I apologize if that means I have to interrupt someone who is commenting. So let me make that apology up front if that does occur. But I would like to not have to do that. So one warning, if I have to call somebody out on something a second time, I am afraid you are going to be asked to leave the council chambers. That said, we look forward to, and we need people to be in their seats, please. Thank you. That said, I think we're ready to go. Good evening, sir. Good Pesach. And please be sure to speak into the microphone.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Renee Lichtman. I'm a longtime resident of this area. I live right down the street. I wanted to speak in favor of a resolution dealing with the situation in Gaza. I'm also a Holocaust survivor, what we call the child Holocaust survivor, a little bit younger than what Anne Frank was. She would be a little bit older than me as she lived. So I experienced the Holocaust, the genocide there, and I see parallels to it. It's hard not to, given the media and just what's the visuals that are going on, and also what the Israelis are saying publicly, which I'm so sorry to say the parallels to what the Nazis did are pretty obvious to me, except that the Nazis kept it silent because they were very conscious of public opinion. But in this case, the Israeli authorities tell us exactly what they're going to do. I'm here to ask for your support for a resolution asking for a ceasefire. And I appeal to your conscience, to your moral sense. And I want to tell you from my own experience that we are living in a historical moment. I've been teaching the lessons of the Holocaust at the Holocaust Museum for the last 20 years. And now I can't do it anymore because I know some people are going to say, well, this is a little bit hypocritical because what do you think about Gaza? I'm going to be very embarrassed. And I want to tell you also from my own experience that what we're doing now, what you're doing now, what you're thinking about, it's a historical moment. And your children and your grandchildren are going to ask you, during the genocide in Gaza, all those days and weeks and months, what did you do? Did you do anything? You were a community leader. You're supposed to be an example, a role model. Did you do anything, or were you a bystander? And it's a term, it's a category that we use when we discuss the Holocaust of the Jews. The vast majority of people were bystanders. They did nothing. When they knew what was going on, when they saw their neighbors being taken away, what did they do? And the children and the grandchildren of these people today are asking them. I know that because I know some of these people, some of these young kids, these third generation French people or German people, because I've traveled as a member of the World Federation of Jewish Child Survivors. So I'm asking you to appeal to your conscience and to vote for this resolution asking simply for a ceasefire, because the victims there, I have to tell you, I have never heard or anything, and I've studied history, Jewish history, a lot, very seriously, and I've never heard of so many innocent civilians, women, children being murdered. And we are responsible, please, Americans are responsible for this. Biden is responsible. You notice Biden never stops Israel. He could. One phone call he could stop. We are responsible. It's on our heads. We are the guilty ones. Please, I beg you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we know, for those of you who've been to public comment before, we do not engage in a dialogue. This is the opportunity for people to tell us their points of view. Next up, please, sir. And then what city do you live in, please?
Pardon me?
What, your name and what city you live in, please?
Gerald Dotson, Canton, Michigan.
Thank you.
I rise tonight to support the resolution. Being an American hero, Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq, 18 medals, wounded warrior, having served nearly 30 years as a senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense, I know war. Biden and his ignominious cohorts have not a clue what the hell they do.
That's warning one. Thank you.
If you want to defeat an idea, you need a better idea. I've been at the White House and said that. Genocide is not a better idea than terrorism. We are funding a war killing babies in hospitals, which is against God himself. I support this resolution. It's time to cool the tempers. It's time to simmer down and let peace have a chance. I vehemently support this resolution and urge you to pass it to show that we stand behind what is right and not a political statement, just a statement of heartfelt sorrow for those 140,000 Palestinian casualties, 10,000 Hamas casualties, and 70% of the civilian casualties are women and children. That's unconscionable, unconscionable. I've been in war. This is not a war, it's genocide. And I speak with anybody that tries to say that's not true. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nope. None of the snapping. Thank you. Sir, what is your name, please, and what city do you live in?
My name is Ismail Noor. I am a resident of Dearborn. However, I am a retired state employee. I was working for the state for the Children's Trust Fund for the Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect until I retired in 1909. I am a Palestinian origin, and I am here to speak in support for a resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. Because what's going on in Gaza is not a war, as my colleague just said. It is a genocide. And unfortunately, this administration, the Biden administration, is complicit in this genocide, financing, supporting militarily, and supporting politically at the United Nations. And in fact, Biden himself acknowledged that he was and he is a Zionist, which means a racist from the start, because Zionism is racism. And myself is a Nakba survival, and if you do not know the Nakba is the catastrophe of 1948. And I lived through lots of atrocities and crimes and what have you on the hand of the Zionist entity in Palestine, myself and my family. I can go through the whole experience that I had, but I want to specifically focus on the 1967, where the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza started at that time. The Zionist entity occupation forces came to my town and used the loudspeaker of the mosque, calling everybody to come back to their homes and inside the town. 4 hours after that, they used the same loudspeaker to calling on everybody to evict from the town, from their houses, and to line up on the highway which crosses my town in the middle until the Egged bus company of the Zionist entity came, and they forced us on the buses. And they moved us, expelled us by force outside Palestine, outside the West Bank. That's my experience. And the 2 soldiers there who were on the bus speaks perfect English with American accent. And I know that because I spoke to them, and they directed me to take my people, who were 60 people, elderly, saying, "Go, there is your King Hussein, go to him." And that is the way that is the way that they deal with the people. So their aim from the start, even before the creation of the Zionist entity, the aim is to empty Palestine. So it looks like the notion that they promoted falsely, that Palestine has no people, we will give it to people with no country, with no land. And that is false. We are about 14 million people of Palestinian descent in Palestine. We are equal to the number of Jews right now, this minute. The reason that I am supporting the ceasefire is because what I have gone through my 75 years of age. And yesterday, day before yesterday, actually, I was in downtown Detroit attending a vigil for Gaza people that were massacred. And I listened to 3 doctors who went to Gaza to help, actually to help with the victims and so forth. And they told their stories. They told us what they saw in Gaza. And one story that will never leave my mind at all.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Your name, please, and where you live.
My name is Mike Anaya. I am from West Bloomfield. I'm a son of a refugee, and by default, I am a refugee. I came to the United States with a refugee document from my parents, who are refugees from a town called Al-Majd to Gaza. And the first home I decided to make for my family was in Farmington Hills, 25023 Springbrook. And it's a great town. And I really was sitting here and enjoying a comment that you made. The first thing I heard was, thank you for investing in our city. And everybody who came and talked wanted to invest in the city, whether you approved it or not. It's prosperity. And I'll compare that to Gaza, which is totally the opposite. Every day is destruction. Every day is devastation. 37 people of my family have perished in one bombing. There's 3. My aunt and 2 of my cousins are still under the rubble. I think I have survival guilt. I think that's why I'm standing in front of you. And what I appeal to you is to give us support, to make us feel that there's somebody who cares, to be on the right side of history. In 10 years, I am sure there will be so many different faces. I hope nobody will be sitting up there apologizing for not recognizing the moment and not taking action. A simple action, a simple resolution, is not going to change anything at all, except making people feel that their neighbors, their community is supporting them, feeling for them, understanding what's happening. And like the Holocaust survival before me, when we look back, 75 to 80 years ago, and each one of us would love to be there and be a hero in that moment. Or during slavery, or during any moment in history where there is oppression, we wish that we could go back there. And in my mind, there's so many fantasies what I could have done. This is the moment. This is the history. You'll be writing history. You'll be on the right side of history. And what we're asking you is only to recognize what's going on and not say you're on what side. Just cease fire. Just stop what's going on. No wrong or right. Just cease fire. I am sure when there is no fire, there is no victims on any side. But a resolution like that will go a very, very long way in history. And thank you very much for listening to me. I really appreciate you staying this late so you could hear us.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Good evening. My name is Iman Ismail. I live in West Bloomfield. I came today because, first, thank you for giving us a chance to speak tonight. I came today because I finally had the chance to go with a medical mission to Gaza, and I just came back from Gaza. So I just wanted every human being to know the real situation in Gaza. The amount of trauma that we experienced as a team in Gaza is unbelievable and unbearable. What we see on the news is nothing compared to what we saw actually on the ground. I went with a group of orthopedic surgeons, trauma surgeons, nurses, and I'm a physician assistant. When we got there, we stayed at the European hospital, which is now considered the only operating, we say operating, but it's not, it's minimally operating in Gaza, serving almost 2 million people in a small city between Rafah and Khan Yunis. So we arrived at night. In the morning, I woke up with, hearing a voice of a female saying that we have a female in labor and we need help from the medical mission who came from the US. So I was like, I don't work in OBGYN. This is not my area, but we were lucky that we had a nurse who used to work in labor and delivery and was staying with me in the same room. So we ran, me and her. I told her, I'm going to help you. Let's go and see. So the person took us to the tent, which was outside the hospital. And we entered the tent. We saw a young female in her early 20s, actually in active labor, delivering a baby on the sand in the tent. And me and the other nurse, we had to help her deliver the baby. And when it was time to cut the cord, I told the person who's responsible, like for the people who are staying, the refugees who are staying in the hospital, we need something to, to help us cut the cord. She went outside running, and then she came and she brought a shaving razor. She said, Iman, you don't know the situation here. We are limited on our supplies. We don't have anything. This hospital does not actually serve labor and delivery. We usually send them to another small hospital in Rafah that only handles labor and delivery cases. So I told her, what are we going to do? Are we going to just use the razor? And she said, yes. So I didn't want to participate in cutting the cord with the razor. I had the nurse do it because I didn't really want to be part of, cutting a cord with a razor, because this is going to definitely cause infection to the mom, to the baby. And then after that, the nurse took care of it. And then I told her, can we take her at least to the ER here? She said, we don't actually have anyone who can help with labor and delivery. We have to take the mom and the baby in the car and drive them to that hospital in Rafah. And they did that. They put her in the car. We packed her, the incision, and because she needed a couple of stitches. And they took her driving. And the situation there, to get to that area, it takes sometimes hours because of the situation in Gaza. And I didn't hear back about her, if she survived, if the baby survived, or what happened to them. After that, when I went inside the hospital to see how the situation is, where we're going to work, and to show us around, I found that the European hospital has turned into a refugee camp. You can't even step a foot inside the hospital. It's full of tent after tent after tent. People use the hospital as a shelter to stay in. Kids are running around. There's sewage flooded in the hospital because of the bombings around the hospital. They destroyed the sewage pipes. The European hospital is not considered a hospital anymore. No one can work in that setting. It's unbelievable. The amount of infections in the hospital, it's impossible to have any kind of sanitization in the hospital. The amount of people that you cannot even differentiate who's the patient, who's not the patient. It's a refugee camp. It's full of kids running around, full of tents. They use the linens and the sheets of the hospital to use it as a tent. You can't even call them tents. They're not actual tents. And I'm talking about inside of the hospital.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know it's not enough, but I just want to say one more word.
Thank you for your time.
It's a humanitarian disaster there.
Thank you for your time. Good evening. Your name, please, and where you live. Your city.
My name is Madeline, and I live in Detroit, but I'm an OCC student around the corner here, and I've been a special services employee here in Farmington Hills, where it's been my joy and my honor to work with preschool students at the Farmington Hills Nature Center. Through my job there, I've taught 3 to 5-year-olds how to connect with the land and how to honor the land and each other. And if I were to ask those preschoolers, those 3 to 5-year-olds, if it's right to support the bombing of a land, the bombing of a people, the poisoning of the earth, the burning of olive trees with our tax dollars, they would know immediately that this is not right. The issue of calling for a ceasefire in Palestine is so simple any child can comprehend it. Why then has it taken so long for this council to take a stand? It's shameful. On this Earth Day, I'm demanding that the council take a stand to protect the earth and its people, use the power that the council has to take a stand against the injustice, and to pass a ceasefire resolution that calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and an end to the U.S. funding of genocide that is happening overseas. Take an action that the generations that come after us will be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and where you live.
Good evening, Mayor Rich, members of the council. My name is Pastor Dale Milford, and I serve Narden Park United Methodist Church, less than a mile down, 11 miles from here. I also serve as a Michigan United Faith and Justice organizer. And I come before you today not only in the spirit of faith, but also in the spirit of peace, which is within my true calling. As I think I've mentioned before, every time we gather here, we pledge an allegiance to serve under one nation, under God. And this is a place I want to remind all of us that can echo far beyond these walls, so that when we discuss again a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, it can reverberate far beyond these walls. But certainly, of course, I'm looking at the clock here, realizing that it was only a little over an hour ago that was the beginning of Passover. And so considering that, I realized that if ever there was a time, it should be this evening, that our hearts should first bear witness to the horrors that left indelible scars on the collective soul of Israel, yes, on October 7th. The world, myself included, yourselves, I'm sure, as well, watched in heart-wrenching anguish as Hamas launched their attack, slaughtering at least 1,200 innocent Israeli civilians, including many children. However, now after 7 months of genocidal attacks and over 35,000 lives lost, mostly women and children, we gather here again tonight, not merely as members of our city, but as a part of a greater tapestry, a network of communities all across America. In fact, at this point, over 100 cities have already recognized the urgency of this cause and have passed resolutions. Over 100 cities have called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. So I believe our voices could and should join a chorus that reverberates from coast to coast, transcending city limits and state lines. So we again urgently request a resolution containing 4 elements. First, we recognize and decry the horror of October 7 and recognize the pain and loss suffered by a region of Israel that day. Second, we demand the release of all hostages held by Hamas. Third, we call for a permanent ceasefire and a commitment to the end of violence. And fourth, we call for unrestricted humanitarian aid for Gaza, flowing freely past the walls and checkpoints. We must insist that food, medicine, and compassion reach every doorstep and, in fact, every tent flap. So in closing, I'd like to ask us to remember the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., who said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Yes, our city might be a single thread in the larger tapestry of humanity, but even a single thread, when woven with intention, can strengthen the whole. By passing this resolution, we can affirm that our city values peace, not just within our own borders, but throughout the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Milford. Good evening. Your name, please, and what city you live in.
Good evening. My name is Don Chris. I live in West Bloomfield, although my kids went to Farmington schools, and as a parent, I spent a great deal of time at the Hawk and at the Caustic Center, so that was an interesting conversation. serve as Bishop of the Southeast Michigan Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. There are two congregations of my synod, Think Diocese, in Farmington Hills. And as a synod, we are partnered with the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan and the Holy Land. So it has been my privilege to go visit and to have friends there. I recently returned from our Conference of Bishops meeting. We have two of those a year in Chicago, and the 65 synod bishops of the United States and the Caribbean put together a statement. We mourn the loss of 1,200 precious lives in Israel on October 7 by the actions of Hamas, and the trauma for those 250 others who were taken hostage. We mourn the loss of over 33,000 precious lives in Gaza, including tens of thousands of women and children who have died in Israel's military action since then, and the trauma that ripples outward from this loss. We grieve the deaths of more than 400 Palestinians in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and in Israel since October 7, as the circle of violence expands and makes casualties of yet more civilians. Too many have suffered. Too many lives have been lost. Strong leadership in this country at every level is needed to help bring a comprehensive, permanent ceasefire and a lasting peace in that part of the world. A ceasefire is needed to support human rights and the Geneva Conventions and to provide greater access for humanitarian relief in Gaza. A ceasefire offers an opportunity for all to advocate for an immediate and safe return of the hostages and release of political prisoners, for affirmation of both Israel and Palestine's right to exist, and for a path forward that disrupts cycles of violence. A ceasefire offers an opportunity to de-escalate a rise in hate targeted at people across complex intersections of race, ethnicity, and religion, worldwide, nationally, and locally. And so, as a conference, we called legislators and leaders and neighbors to oppose hate in all its forms and to commit ourselves to work in partnership with you all. In my faith tradition, Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." Let us be peacemakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Susanna Muzzin, and I am a resident, a longtime resident and homeowner in Farmington Hills. My daughter was a member of one of the last classes to graduate from Harrison High School. And I'm also a pastor in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, and Bishop Chris is my bishop. I care deeply about peace in the Middle East, both because of my work as a pastor and because I've been fortunate to travel 3 times to Israel, the West Bank, and Jordan, and meet with those, both Jews and Arabs, who are working tirelessly for peace and justice. I was devastated to learn of the horrifying attack by Hamas on those in Israel who were at a music festival, and I've been heartbroken to see the ravages wrought on innocent people in Gaza by Israel's response. The war in Gaza has inflicted immense suffering on those who are the most vulnerable: children, the elderly, and women. Many Gazans are close to starvation. At least 35,000 have been killed so far in Gaza, and at least 14,000 of them are innocent children. This horrendous loss of life and suffering has an impact far beyond Gaza. I think we've all seen a rise in hate speech against Jews and Arabs in our own country, and it seems that tensions are near a breaking point. I urge you to support a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the war, the return of all hostages, and the opening of unrestricted humanitarian aid to reach those who are starving, traumatized, and in dire need of medical care. Only a ceasefire will set the stage for the possibility of negotiations and a lasting resolution of the conflict. And I want to say something very personal. We may think that why would anyone care if Farmington Hills calls for a ceasefire? Well, one city doing this may not make much difference, but many cities together can make a difference and can be heard in our country. And one more thing. My husband and I were committed to sending our daughter to Farmington Hills, Farmington Public Schools, because of the beautiful diversity in our city, so that she would be able to attend school with people who are Christian, who are Jewish, who are Muslim, who are Hindu, and more, so that she would be in school with people who are Arab, who are white, who are black, who are Asian. That was so important to us. It's so important that we make a statement so that our children will hear us, and so that our children will know that they matter and that everyone matters. Thank you.
Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Mark Fisher. I live in Farmington Hills, and I'm the pastor at St. John Lutheran Church in Farmington Hills, a member of the ELCA. We're in good numbers here. I moved to Farmington Hills 43 years ago, and the reason I did was because at that time, Farmington Hills Special Ed District was the best in the state of Michigan. And that's why we moved here. And over the last 43 or so years, I've had 4 children graduate from Farmington high schools. And I've had an opportunity to witness the diversity in our community, which is significant. And as a pastor, one of the things that I know deeply is that each one of us is profoundly sacred. Each life means so much. And each one of us has the potential to do wonderful, great things. Now, the ceasefire feels to me like it's right at the center and the heart of who our community is. A community that's richly diverse, that tries to find ways to build bridges of understanding, and this ceasefire hits a home run. It represents us as a community, and it makes a statement to all the people in Farmington Hills that, yes, all people are valued. And so therefore, I just ask that you support the resolution and wave that flag proudly.
Thank you. Good evening. Name, please, and city.
I am Pastor Jack Eggleston. I live in Trenton, but I really admire Farmington Hills and what you do and how you do it. I want to share with you some numbers. Latest data from the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in the occupied Palestinian territories. This is as of noon today. 34,151 Palestinians have been killed, including over 14,000 children. 1,459 Israelis have been killed, including 33 children. 75% of the people in Gaza have been forced at gunpoint and with bombs and helicopter gunships, forced from their homes. 60% of the homes have been destroyed or damaged. And I share that with you because you do not hear that on the media. I do not hear that on the media. But that's a heck of a lot of people. Now, our government is acting like it's got no power, that it can't stop it. In 1982, when the government of Israel was bombing Lebanon, President Ronald Reagan saw a picture of an 8-month-old baby with the arms and limbs blown off. And he became so furious that he called the Prime Minister of Israel, and he said, Mr. Prime Minister, this must stop, and it must stop now. And he was very smooth in the way he would normally talk, but he was furious in that conversation and acted as though the advisors were terrified at the demeanor of what he had said and wondered what the implications would be. Well, here's what happened. Within minutes, the Prime Minister called back and he said, Mr. President, the bombing has been stopped. Now, 33 Israeli children dead, too many, no more. 14,000 Palestinian children killed, way too many, no more. We need to recognize that silence is complicity. It's saying that's just going to happen. But when we raise our voices, we stand on the side of life, we stand on the side of peace. And I believe that that is the first step so that Israelis and Palestinians can live with security, justice, peace, and dignity. So I urge you to support that resolution. All it's asking for is a ceasefire. Stop the killing.
Thank you. Nope. No clapping, please. First and only notice. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Dan Bedson. I've lived in Farmington Hills since June 22nd of last year.
Mr. Benson, could you speak closer into the microphone, please? The acoustics are kind of lousy in here, and we'd like to hear you.
The story of my 2014 escape begins the afternoon of June 28th, 6 days after I got here. Although I was in between as far as the movers had canceled out on me, et cetera, and I was supposed to be sort of evicted, not anyway. So anyway, when I had my first ever in 57 years collision and injury accident, and I was the only one significantly injured. The person I called the Roaring Man, R-O-H-R-E-R, from Farmington Hills, took control of me and my auto at the crash site, screening me off from the EMS staff, who spent their time talking to the probably more attractive woman in the other vehicle who wasn't very badly injured. He shouted, "Get up," as I writhed on the ground from severe chest pain. I'm 74. When I got to when they did eventually take me to the Beaumont Hospital, a Dr. Hess took away all my constitutional rights. And I recently got something from a kind person at Beaumont Hospital who gave me a kind of a transcript of his report, and it's got some really wild statements, basically minimizing any need for medical care and saying that I was stone crazy, that I needed psychiatric care because I was insane. He wouldn't let me call Hal's Auto Clinic to have the escape towed there. That was the person, that was the company that had handled my 2014 escape for the last several years, repair and servicing, and it was only 5 or 6 miles away from the Halstead site near 8 Mile. So I didn't get to call that. Neither Farmington Hills Police Department nor Ross Junkyard have ever had a contractual relationship with me, and I would say bluntly, Farmington Hills stole my car, although they have their own terms for what they do when they impound a car. So they never had a contractual relationship, and one or the other has the title to the escape because they stole that when they took the escape. Neither ever informed me of any towing or storing charges since June 28th, and I found out about them just about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. On April 8th, to get my court date in the 46th District Court, I was compelled to pay $1,640, with about $1,560 of it going to the Ross Junkyard Dog. They called it Ross Towing, but it's really got 300 to 400 junk cars in it. And my former car is one of them. In the absence of a valid contract and due to the secret towing and storage fees that were kept secret both by the junkyard dog at Ross Junkyard and by the Farmington Hills Police Department, and the possible sale of those used car parts from my escape to the public, where they have a sign outside the towing place saying, we have over 7.5 acres of used car parts. Well, my car has been there for 10 months, my former car. So I'm requesting Ross Junkyard is the most hated business with a 1.4 rating on Yelp. And by the way, I have what I think is a pretty well-written review, so that if you do want to follow up on this, I have an affidavit for the earlier part up to a certain point, and then that for the later parts.
Excuse me, Mr. Benson, could you not lean against the lights, please? Well, we need them back on.
So first of all, I would say...
Dora, could you help us with that, please?
So first I would say, kick that guy to the curb, the guy that owns Ross Junkyard, and read some of those reviews, not just mine, but the things that the Farmington Hills Police Department is encouraging through their alliance with that junkyard dog. And I'm the one that probably got the worst treatment by him with, like I say, $1,640. But there's some other stories on there too. And with that 1.4, you can only get a 1, and the average is 1.4. Well, and please give me my $1,640 back, however you have to do it. So I would say I'm going to Green Hill Apartments, where fortunately Manager Samantha and Assistant Manager Marina have made me welcome. And unlike the psychiatrist at McLaren Hospital.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, it sounds like you have an issue with Ross Towing. I would invite, Karen, can you escort this gentleman out to see Chief King? He's right in the hallway. Maybe he can address some of your questions. Chief King, Police Chief King. Thank you. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rania Masri, and I live here in Farmington Hills. You all know me because I've met with all but one of you already. And because I've come up here and spoken multiple times asking you to represent your community's diverse voices that are growing louder every day. For weeks now, we've filled these chambers with a chorus of voices of all religions and backgrounds, all echoing the same plea, peace. But amid our urgent calls, I've noticed a troubling trend. Mayor Teresa, your focus on trivialities amidst such urgent pleas is disheartening. Instead of addressing our concerns, we're met with tangents and distractions. Your tone-deaf talking point of accommodating hijab-wearing women in swimming pools has nothing to do with the urgency of the crisis at hand. In response to our calls for ceasefire, you touted how you met with the American Arab Chamber of Commerce as if that were some sort of accomplishment, when the American Arab Chamber of Commerce themselves have signed on to a letter condemning this genocide and calling for an immediate ceasefire. We're not interested in being your latest token diversity project. Let's not dance around the issue. This isn't about religion or race. It's about human lives. Gaza is bleeding, and our silence is becoming deafening. We can't afford to continue to turn a blind eye. The problem is when an occupying force is committing intentional ethnic cleansing and genocide. They don't just decide to stop killing. Without calling for a ceasefire, our silence is complicity. We're saying that a child killed every 10 minutes in Gaza is not our problem. And nearly 1 in 65 Gazans dead in 200 days is not something we can do anything about. Every day we don't call for a ceasefire, more innocent civilians are killed and more children's limbs are amputated. 90% of the population of Gaza is homeless. Is this an accident? Where is the safe zone? According to recent polls, the majority of Democrats and people of faith from various backgrounds, including Jewish, Christian, and Muslim backgrounds, support a ceasefire. And let's not forget the staggering number of uncommitted votes in our recent primary elections. It's a clear message. We won't stand for inaction. But still, here we are, week after week, pleading for change. Mayor Teresa, you mentioned Farmington Hills diversity with pride. But diversity isn't just about numbers, it's about representation. And right now, our community is crying out for representation in the form of a ceasefire resolution. Let's be clear, this isn't about politics, it's about humanity. Every day we delay action, more lives are at risk. So to my council members, I urge you to listen to the voices of reason and empathy. I call on the rest of the council to distance themselves from Mayor Teresa and her stance. She has dug her heels from day one and has shown that she's unwilling to listen and learn. Just as we showed up for the Michigan primaries, we'll show up to vote to replace every one of you who remains complicit. You may want to present a united front as a council, but it's every man and woman for his or her own. This isn't about re-election or political posturing. It's about doing what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope. Okay. Need to leave. You need to leave, sir. Okay. Your name, please, and what city you live in.
My name is Zaina. I'm from West Bloomfield. I am first a human, second a woman, third a Palestinian from Silvan, Jerusalem. And my family were ethnically cleansed to Jordan. My stepdad is a Nakba survivor. And I am a living proof as to the side effect of the atrocities of the Israeli occupation. I bet you've heard this a million times already, but we'll add 1,000,001 to it. I know you don't care, but that's okay. We have to make you hear, all of us, until one of you would care. I heard, Mayor Rich, that you are a practical woman. I am too. You're a businesswoman. I am too. And today we're going to talk business. I'll explain how. This is a numbers game. If business don't add up, the game doesn't work. So people's lives are not important here because the numbers don't add up. You do what you're told by your employer. I get that. I'm a businesswoman. I do what makes sense for my business. Heard. Business is business. And since this is business, as a professional, we live in this society where we are obsessed about progress and performance and development and talent development. And if we have any metrics that don't make sense, we rush for a development plan and performance plan. And what it looks to me here, that this panel here needs a development plan and a performance plan. Because if we're here more than 6 weeks asking for the same thing, then something is not translating. We're all speaking English. You all speak in English. So I know the language is clear. Okay, so I know here, I'm gonna simplify it a little more. When one of my team members is lacking in performance, what do? How do we put them on a performance plan? We ask them question. What is wrong? How can I help you? Do you need more resources? Can I explain this to you? Here's some educational information. I will coach you. I will help you out. Then we will gather together and we will help them out. And then we will assess. And here's a 30-day plan and a 60-day plan and a 90-day plan. And then if they don't do good, we will write them up. And maybe 2 write-ups and maybe 3. And then they will risk termination. We are your employer. We are your boss's boss. Our tax dollars employ you. They pay your salary. At some point, you won't have access to our money. I don't know if you understand that. Right now, you sit in the seat. You won't have another chance because we're telling you what we want. You say no. Your performance is lacking. I have 1 more minute, plenty of time. Let's make this point. Okay, the most important thing is here that in order to have an effective leader, we need to have soft skills. And after serious consideration as the people, we have decided that after failed attempts, we have concluded that you are not a fit employee for this job because this is a serious job. And a candidate for this job must have qualifying soft skills, and those skills such as that you unfortunately lack: integrity, decency, being a team player, transparency, clear communication, humility, and most importantly, empathy. This is why our country is suffering, because the majority of people in office are robots. The lack of humanity is unreal. They just serve the empire and they're slaves to the dollar. Having realized this simple as putting an Indeed ad, we could get so many applications for a better fit. Unfortunately, 6 attempts so far, and we haven't achieved our goals. You're running a bad business, and you're gonna go out of business. You need to reconsider.
Thank you. Okay. I can't see who's clapping, but you need to go.
Lady in the blue right here.
All right, then, thank you very much. You need to go.
You need to have the police remove her, or they're not going to go.
Nope, they're going. You need to go, please. Thank you. Good evening. Your name and where you live, please.
Good evening, Mayor Rich and council members. My name is Jenna Paratsakis, and I live in Farmington Hills. I would like to first...
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Gentlemen? Thank you.
First ask how your vacation was. I'm sure it was nice sitting some time off from work. For me, it would have been school, but, you know, I can't enjoy myself when there's a genocide going on. So somebody mentioned earlier to defeat an idea, you have to have a better one. And, like, what do you have to say at this point? Like, as an excuse for not passing a ceasefire resolution. I mean, we're here telling you all the reasons why you should pass a ceasefire resolution, but I haven't heard any reasons why you can't pass a ceasefire resolution. I mean, it's humane. It's the only thing to do at this point. I mean, everyone here from all backgrounds, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, we all say, like, this is the logical, like, humans, we say this is the logical decision because other humans are dying. And in my religion, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that ummah means like nation, people, like together. So ummah is Arabic. It's in Arabic. If one part of the, it's like a body, the ummah. If one part of the body hurts, the whole body hurts. Like if you're trying to go to sleep and say you got a paper cut, it just keeps hurting. You can't go to sleep. It's hard, you know what I mean? So other people dying overseas, it might be overseas, and yes, I know they're brown. It's hard for some white people to like get it through their skulls. They are also human, yes, but if one part of the body hurts, if some people are dying, we have to extend our hearts, our voices, because this is an urgent matter. It's really disrespectful, I've noticed. There's Vietnam veterans from Vietnam. I noticed that guy, it's head on his hat. There's a Nakba survivor, which if you're not familiar, it means catastrophe. I believe he explained it. There's a Holocaust survivor. There's a medical physician from Gaza. She was within Gaza. She described how the nurse had to cut the umbilical cord with a razor. I don't understand how you can look at me with a straight face after hearing that. That is horrendous. But you don't want to pass a ceasefire resolution? Who do you think you are sitting up there in those seats? Those seats aren't permanent. We are voters. We elect you. We, like Zaina just said, we pay your salary as taxpayers. Who do you think you are? All these people have done great things. They've lived, the Nakba survivor, the Holocaust survivor, they've lived through so many atrocities, and you want to sit there in your mayor's seat and the rest of you council members and tell me that you're too good for a ceasefire. You're not too good. And when this comes to an end, inshallah, God willing, it will come to an end. You guys will be held accountable. You guys will be on the wrong side of history. You like to say, oh, if I was alive during the Holocaust, then I would have been the people who spoke up against the Nazis. But guess what? It's not easy to speak up against injustice when your salary is paid by it. We know Myers was an Israeli company. Mr. Michael Bridges, yes, we know the pharmacy you work for is an Israeli company. You are paid by Israelis. Your salary is Israeli, and you guys just don't want to admit it. You will be held accountable one day. It's a matter of time. You guys are complicit, like I just said, and there, a gentleman said earlier that he's suffering from survival guilt, and you guys are suffering from late nights at work. Like Jackie Bolware, she isn't here right now, but she told my mom, she said, I'm preparing for Easter. I don't have time to put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. Palestinians didn't celebrate Easter. You know why? They were getting bombed. It's kind of hard to celebrate when your life is on the line every second of every day. We can't have people who support genocide in places of power. So mark my words, you will not be in office in next term. You guys, like Zaina, she said, we're speaking English, we both speak English to each other. No, we're not speaking English because you clearly don't speak English. You speak money. Anyways, I support a ceasefire resolution, and it's clear that you don't. We will be here at every meeting until you pass a ceasefire resolution. And it might be symbolic, but for us, we're talking business right now. We are going to get a ceasefire resolution on the agenda, and it is going to be passed. Free Palestine.
Thank you. All right. You're leaving, and you two in the back need to go. Ma'am, in the front row, you need to go. I was not speaking to you just now, pardon me. Ma'am, you need to go. Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Rena Bond. I am a Farmington Hills resident for over 15 years. I am here because I want my community to be a leader of peace and safety and be on the right side of history. I'd like to ask you all some questions for thought tonight. In the future, how do you want to look back on your legacy? How do you want your kids, grandkids, or family to remember what you were doing while the U.S. government is deliberately supporting and funding a genocide with your money? Do you think it makes sense to condemn those that infiltrated the Nazis during the Jewish Holocaust and try to stop them? Or Africans who were stolen from their homes and enslaved in this country for rising up against their white enslavers? Of course not. What type of person would ever condemn that? What if, let's say, you were in the hospital visiting a sick family member, let's say at Beaumont, and an active shooter walks in and starts firing? This is something that happens in this country every single day. Do you think the U.S. should change their tactics and bomb the entire hospital and the surrounding neighborhoods to stop this one shooter? What if the government of Israel was using the same tactics on captive populations of another city or country? Let's say London, Paris, New York City, or Farmington Hills. The same tactics being holding millions of people captive and starving them, dehydrating them, bombing them, mutilating them, terrorizing them. The same tactics being destroying all of the homes, schools, bakeries, universities, religious centers, and hospitals. The same tactics being murdering and specifically targeting civilians, journalists trying to get the word out for help, teachers, medical and aid workers, and children. Thousands and thousands of children. The same tactics being raping women in front of their families, then murdering them, murdering handcuffed people by running them over with tanks, and posting celebratory videos of all of this cruelty online for the world to see. If you do not think these tactics should be used on the other people I mentioned, could it be that these populations are not almost entirely brown or black folks, I wonder? And lastly, why do you think Palestinians should suffer for what Nazi Germany did to Jewish people? You know the answers to these questions, don't you? You know what is happening in Palestine is not about religion. It is about leveraging religion, fear, generational trauma, speciesism, and racism to manufacture consent for a land grab. It is colonialism and imperialism to gain control of the resources and the location. You can demonstrate that you are on the right side of history, that you are not supporting genocide and ethnic cleansing, that you are not playing into the propaganda and fascism. I'm asking you, as my community representatives, to be on the right side of history and call for a ceasefire now.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Good to see you again, Mayor Rich. My name's Andrew. I live in Wawayatanang. We're all on Anishinaabe land.
Does that happen to be Farmington Hills these days?
We're all on indigenous land. So last time I was here, I told you a little bit about my family history, right? Like my family that was in the Ukraine and Germany, and they were killed by the Nazis, and how only a couple people were able to make it to the United States, and the other folks ended up in Israel. Yeah, which was mandatory Palestine, which was a colony of the Brits. And then how a lot of the Zionists used terrorist tactics in order to force the Brits to concede the territory to the Zionists as opposed to the Palestinians that already lived there. Thanks. But I feel like you guys have the facts already. Like, there have been so many people who have come. Like, what time is it now? It's 10:17 p.m. And like, this is months on months on months, 200 days. So what I really want to say is, do you see what you're doing when you tell people they're not allowed to clap? When you say people aren't allowed to raise signs? Can you like step outside of yourself and look at how you're acting and what you're doing to people who live here, to people who live in your community, to your constituents, to people who are trying to use the democratic process to inform you using this public comment? And have you thought about what happens when you take away people's ability to affect change in their life, to feel trust in the institutions that govern them? If the institutions that govern us don't respond to our needs as their constituents, people are left looking for other places to turn and other tactics to force change. I am Jewish. It's the first night of Passover. I'd rather be sitting at a Seder table, but I do feel like it's important for me to be here. And I want to share something that comes from my family's Haggadah. Haggadah means order. It's the ritual telling of the Passover story. And I hope that it resonates. Pesach has come to the ghetto again. Warsaw, April 19th, 1943. Pesach has come to the ghetto again. The wine has no grape, the matzah no grain, but the people anew sing the wonders of old. The flight from the pharaohs so often retold. How ancient the story, how old the refrain. The windows are shuttered, the doors are concealed. The Seder goes on. Fact and fiction are confused into one, which is myth, which is real. Come all who are hungry, invites the Haggadah. The helpless, the aged, lie starving in fear. Come all who are hungry, and children sleep famished. Come all who are hungry, and tables are bare. For those of you who aren't familiar with your history, this is the eve of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, when Jews, after there was a mass roundup and extermination, decided to take matters into their own hands. And they took up arms against the Germans. They entrenched themselves in bunkers, in barriers underneath the Warsaw Ghetto that they had been building out, much like the Palestinians
Thank you for your
have
time.
built out tunnels
Thank you.
for
Thank you,
their
you're done now.
The lesson of this story is that
Remove him.
when people are left with no option,
I would like him removed, please.
to the will of the people.
Officer Loria, please escort this gentleman out of the room. He's had his 5 minutes.
What's going to happen if everyone decides to clap? What's going to happen if everyone says, "Free Palestine"?
We're on recess. We're on recess. We're on recess. We're on recess.
You gave that Zionist 7 minutes.
This meeting back to order. If we have decorum, we will continue because we do want to hear the public comment, and we do want to follow the public comment rules. If we're unable to do that, unfortunately, if we're putting public safety at risk, we are going to have to adjourn.
I don't think anyone feels.
I'm sorry.
Let me just say this. I don't think anyone in here is unsafe. I think these are just people
Okay.
trying.
Ma'am, this is your final warning. If I hear from you again and it's not your 5 minutes, then you need to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and the city you live in.
Hi there. My name is Jordan, and I've been a lifelong resident of Farmington and Farmington Hills. Council, I have been moved by the show of support here before you meeting after meeting, by the fierce show of love between our community to stand up for one another and for dignity and humanity beyond our city's borders, and the unyielding clarity about our role in calling for a permanent ceasefire. I am here tonight to echo the call of others that you introduce and pass a ceasefire resolution. I believe that most of us in Farmington and Farmington Hills believe that whatever the color of our skin, language we speak, or faith tradition we hold dear, we all deserve a life of safety and freedom for ourselves and our families. But today, as people in Gaza and the West Bank mourn and seek safety, corrupt leaders are setting the region on fire and targeting ordinary people with war crimes. In order to claim and hold power, they are trying to convince us that safety for some must come at the expense of safety for others. But the showing of support at our city council meetings exposes this division as a distraction. It truly is. And together, we demonstrate what it means to show up for each other. We uphold what it means to treat each other with dignity and respect, rejecting dehumanization, including Islamophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism in all its forms. Our community is more powerful for it. Right at the local level, we can play an important role in demanding federal leaders support immediate steps and long-term solutions to help those in danger, reinforcing the rulings by the International Court of Justice, United Nations Security Council resolution, and measures our own former Representative Andy Levin has advocated for to prevent further massive civilian deaths and to restore food, water, and electricity in Gaza. Just as our city passed proclamations to support families in other places like Ukraine, we too can support people who simply want to live their lives and raise their families in peace, from Palestine to the Democratic Republic of the Congo and far beyond. I heard the council statement at March's meeting that you have expressed our grief and calls for action with our elected leadership in DC on our behalf, but I still believe you can and should take this next step. I can only imagine if every city council like ours across this country that has been faced with this choice, that thought it would have no impact, was pointless or not our job, actually did take this action, what a ripple effect that could have. Can you imagine how many more communities would officially add our voices to the growing swell here in Michigan alone? Lansing, Ferndale, Detroit, Dearborn, and so many other communities. If our little laboratories of democracy together sent a signal cutting through the noise, demonstrating what government by and for the people is, what it means to have the freedom to have a say in decisions that impact our lives and hold our leaders accountable. That is exactly what is needed in this moment, for our national and international leaders to be reminded of what democracy looks like. Joining together right here and all across the world, we can stand up for changing course and ensuring a life of freedom, safety, and peace in Palestine, Israel, and here at home. To close, I want to quote an organization standing together that organizes Jewish and Palestinian people in Israel to build power within Israeli society to push for peace, ending the occupation, fighting racism, and achieving equality, dignity, and freedom. They say, our message is simple. There is another way. We have seen our country launch countless wars and military operations only to end up in the same position. No military operation has ever produced lasting safety and security for Israelis, let alone for Palestinians. The occupation of the West Bank and the blockade on Gaza must end, not only because it is brutal and oppressive for Palestinians, but also because it does not guarantee any long-term safety for Israelis. we know that a negotiated peace agreement is the only way to ensure freedom, equality, and safety for both peoples. And with that, I close, so thank you. Please pass this resolution.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Eric Shelley. I'm a resident of Southfield, but I also attend the Farmington Hills Salvation Army Church. I've been there for a long time. I was maybe a little late to the game. I missed your public statements, and which apparently the last words you actually uttered on this subject, so I went back and took a look. And I'd like to address some of your objections to passing this resolution. One that a city council has no place speaking on international issues, but there are 70 other city councils that would disagree with you, and in Michigan alone, these include Ann Arbor, Canton, Detroit, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Ferndale, Flint, Hamtramck, Kalamazoo, Northville, Warren, and Ypsilanti. This is a couple of weeks old, so there may be more since then. Also, Wayne and Washtenaw counties. The idea that you are going to focus on local issues, right? This is a long way away. This has nothing to do with Farmington Hills, but City Council speaks through resolution. You are the representatives of the residents of Farmington Hills. When you fail to speak, you silence our voices. And you seem to be getting good at that. Because first you put up the clock, and no one's allowed to sit back here. And then put up gates in the entrance because we had that beautiful iftar, and we don't want community breaking out all over. And now we're pushed all the way in the back corner of the parking lot, and I'm pretty sure next week we won't be able to do that. You know, I don't want to be here. I wanted to watch the Tigers game tonight. They won 7-1, by the way. It's a blowout. Go Scooball. And Michael, you were here at the last city council meeting. I think we all agreed we were going to give you the day off. Remember how nice that was? I think you made it home in time to watch Wheel of Fortune.
I like Wheel of Fortune. Sorry.
Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to be here, we just go home? Let's just go home. Let's just pass the resolution. We can all go home. Because the final objection you had to passing this resolution is that you were afraid it was going to divide the community. And I've been coming here for a couple of months now, and I'm wondering, has anyone gotten up and spoken in favor of genocide? Except for that one gadfly you just threw out? Anyone? Who's pro-genocide? I haven't heard them speak yet. I don't know if you've realized it, but you've unified this community. We have Muslims and Christians and Jews and atheists, and we're all here, we're all unified. But you know what? We're unified against you. That's not a good thing. Maybe we should consider that. I don't want to be here. Just pass the resolution, let's go home, okay? Please? Thank you.
For your time. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Stacy, and I live right here in Farmington Hills. And I've been coming here for months. And honestly, the reason why I didn't even bother to prepare a speech is usually I kind of pick up what I wish someone would say or had said, or I just take cues from what has happened in the meeting to make my speech. But the other reason is that even when I've crafted speeches and, I printed out these pictures of American, actually all of these are Americans. These two 17-year-olds were murdered in the West Bank within this year, within this calendar year, 2024. But it doesn't seem to matter that I played the audio and you could hear Aaron Bushnell screaming, "Free Palestine," with his dying breaths. Literally, he was inhaling flames and smoke, and his skin was being set on fire, and he still screamed, "Free Palestine," until his last breath. And I told you the story of Hind Wajab, the 6-year-old child who was left in a car with the bodies of her dead relatives for several hours until a courageous team of first responders, who had the permission of the IOF, by the way, to go and rescue her, and they were killed as well. While the Israeli army let little Hind watch as they completely obliterated the two men in their ambulance. And then they went and they killed her. And yet, even when I've crafted these, even when I think that maybe I've said or put something on paper that will get this council to wake up, to actually care about people's lives, it seems to never happen. And I want you to know that just like any media that you will watch, any media that you will read, when there are people who are trying to get engagement from their leaders through the democratic processes set up to them, and they don't get it, it's just like, you know, when you tell your child no, what does the child want to do? Exactly what you just told them not to do, right? Well, you're seeing that not just here, not just in Farmington Hills, you're seeing this across the country, across the globe. Columbia students and U of M students. That's why a lot more people aren't here today. It's not because they got bored, it's not because they got tired, it's not because they didn't want to come here and support us. It's because they're supporting the Gaza Solidarity Encampment at the U of M in Ann Arbor.
Stacy, I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you for one moment.
So can my timer be timed? Can that be paused then?
Sure, pause it.
And I could get a couple more seconds?
So, ma'am, with the sign up, I tried to indicate to you to please lower the sign. The officer has asked you to please lower the sign. The gentleman who's sitting behind you is doing like this, trying to see. I need to ask you to please leave.
I'm just going to point out that the man behind her, who you seem to think was so offended by the sign, that is the Nakba survivor we had up here earlier. So I don't, that sign
Start the time,
was one
please.
of mine. But my point is, in any media you see in Star Wars and the Hunger Games, I mean, I'm a millennial, so Hunger Games are big on me. But you see this moment where the people really start to unite, right? They become a community, like we've become here, which is exactly what a city council should want, right? Like you should want your people to become a community. But instead, the powers that be will continue to try to oppress people, censor people. You see it both, I mean, here we can't clap, we can't have signs, we can't do this, we can't do that. Meanwhile, Columbia admin are sticking the NYPD on their students and on their faculty. And it's not just there, it's Yale, it's Harvard, it's MIT, at USC, where Asna Tabassum, who majored in biomedical engineering and got a minor in resistance to genocide, and before she hasn't even written her speech, by the way, before she was even given a chance to even write her valedictorian speech, she was told she wasn't even going to be allowed because of security concerns. But that same university has literally had Barack Obama and his wife, Michelle, on their campus. So what I'm trying to say is that as you get more frustrated with us and try to implement more rules, get people thrown out, I mean, you had a bunch of Christian ministers and pastors, sorry, I don't know all the designations, but a lot of Christian leaders thrown out because they clapped for whoever it was, that the tide is turning. And if you guys don't want to be left behind in the dust, in your political careers in the dust, then pass a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Council members, my name is Tommy Airy. I'm a pastor and journalist in Detroit, and I'm with a national organization called Christians for a Free Palestine. And I wanted to use the beginning of my time just to finish a story that Ismail, the Nakba survivor that spoke earlier, was telling about this vigil in downtown Detroit on Saturday night. I got an opportunity to go to that. There was probably 75 of us. It was cold. But the vigil was about people being murdered in Gaza. And so they had about 3 or 4 different doctors that were bearing witness to their experience in Gaza. And this doctor, the first doctor that shared is a doctor from Flint, ER doc. He was actually on call, drove down, told this story, and he said, "Hey, I want to warn you, this is a graphic story." And so he told this story about a woman who was holding her young daughter in her arm. The missile hit the house next to them, and the fire was so hot that it melted the baby to her arm. And so this doctor was called out of surgery to go tend to this woman, and he had to amputate her arm to get the baby and her arm off of her. So this woman survives, and this doctor buries the baby and her arm that night. And the next day, he goes out and he looks for her and finds her to see how she's doing, obviously. The doctor couldn't sleep that night. He cried all night. Same thing with the woman. So he finds the woman. The woman raises her voice and says, "Are you the doctor that amputated?" And of course, the doctor is freaked out at that point. And a smile comes across her face. And the doctor says, "Why are you smiling?" And she said, "Well, my baby, it was buried with my arm, so that when Allah raises her, she's going to raise me with her." And he offered that as this deep tension of grief and hope. And of course, there was story after story after story on Saturday night, just like that. And I got to be honest with you, I'd planned to just walk back home, watch the Laker game. That wasn't happening. Man, the last 200 days has been a hit to my soul, because it's one real story after another. But on Saturday night, I thought about 2 things. The first thing, when I was walking home, I was thinking about this quote from Audre Lorde. She wrote this back in the 1980s. She wrote, "We are citizens of the most powerful country in the world, and it is a country that stands upon the wrong side of every liberation struggle on earth." And so I think about that, and I think about somebody who I would consider a spiritual ancestor of mine, somebody who I seek to follow after, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who, of course, like as a leader of the Black freedom struggle in 1963, just last week was the 61st anniversary of him being in a jail cell, writing this incredible letter. And in the letter, King writes the 4 steps that the movement took. The first step was to collect the facts. Man, I've been collecting facts for 200 days, and this is a genocide, and it is horrific. The second step is to negotiate with leaders, national leaders, state leaders, city leaders. And over and over and over again, I've called the White House, my congressional rep, I've showed up here, nothing. The third step is self-purification, when we start to discern spiritually and communally what are the next steps that we're going to take. And of course, the fourth step is nonviolent direct action. When no one listens to what is happening, then what do? You have to disrupt. You have to put your body in front of those who are committing a genocide. And so these are the things that I'm feeling over and over and over again with the stories that are coming out of Gaza, and I appeal to your conscience and your faith.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name's Lindsay Airy, and I live in Detroit. Married to that guy. And a member of Christians for a Free Palestine, and was just 2 weeks ago in the Senate cafeteria with over 50 of us who decided to disrupt the service of lunch to say, in a similar vein to my colleague who was here with the ELCA that you kicked out, about that same sermon of Jesus's on the plain, the Sermon on the Plain, where he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers," he also said, "Woe to you who slay the hungry. Woe to you who are committing genocide. Woe to you who have power in your hands, but are using it to kill and to destroy instead of to bring life." And that's one small action, but it's a late one for Christians. But our movement is building, and we are inspired by our Jewish kin and our Palestinian kin, and everyone who is rising up across this nation that we've heard from all these people here. And we're not going to go away. The more you ignore us, the more we're going to keep growing, like everyone here has said. And so I just want to continue with what Tom was saying, that the people who have packed this room have collected the facts. But the institutions that organize American society are addicted to alternative, quote unquote, facts, to a counterfeit narrative, to a racist, Islamophobic mythology that protects and serves an oppressive and occupying force and its American benefactors. We know this. It's on full display. We know it. And think about it. The most powerful people in our society have surrendered their dignity, their conscience, and their legacies to these alternative facts. Both political parties, corporate media outlets, organized religion, most of the entertainment industry and individual influencers, college administrators, the police and military, we have reached out to people in power. We have called the White House and our reps, and we have attended city council meetings like this. We have appealed for a permanent ceasefire on the basis of reason, conscience, morality, and even on the simple fact that when occupiers lay down their weapons, the rest of us are more safe. All of us are more safe. I mean, look at our colleague here, our friend who was harassed because she's not being protected. The people who are having genocide waged on them are not being protected, but the man who's harassing her is emboldened, just like the state of Israel is emboldened for never having consequences. And we're asking you to say no to genocide. Just be on the right side of history with us. But when you forget about the people in power, when you step back and see the Palestinian situation for what it really is, it's clearly a decades-long occupation and a full-blown genocide. But many of those people in power are getting paid off by lobbyists like AIPAC, like Christians United for a Free Israel, which is even bigger than AIPAC, but they do their dirty work in more secret, but they're very well funded. All of these people cling to things like paychecks and status and social respectability that makes it really hard for them to see the truth. Like Dr. King called this condition conscientious blindness. We have collected the facts and we've reached out in good faith, and we have been refused a hearing. So we are now in the stages of discerning and disrupting. I am talking about nonviolent direct action. A lot of people in power demand that protests remain peaceful. They quote the Bible, the psalm that says, "Seek peace and pursue it." Well, in Hebrew, peace is shalom. It means much more than the absence of conflict or tension with others. Shalom is rooted in the harmony and health of the whole community. Shalom is committed to collective liberation. In our current context, a lot of powerful people on both sides of the aisle lament polarization and the politicizing of everything, and they tell everyone to stay civil and stop arguing with each other. This version of peace sounds great, but so often it serves as a substitute for the main goal, which is shalom. The assurance that all God's children are protected and provided for, no matter what we look like, where we were born, who we love, or how much we earn. Authentic peace proclaims that the world will be polarized until everyone is cared for, and everyone will not be cared for unless we openly oppose those dishing out deception, disinformation, and devastation to justify their peaceful lives. So yes, we're choosing peaceful protest according to the Bible's definition, and we will not just sit by and watch our leaders rubber stamp a genocide. We call you to stand on the right side of history with us.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Hello, my name is Sana, and I am a new resident to Farmington Hills. Although I am new to living in Farmington Hills, I have been a member of like the Farmington Hills community since forever. Ever since I was a little kid, I always went to the Farmington Hills Library for the events they put on for kids. I'm a graduate from OCC, Oakland Community College. I got my associate's degree from there. I'm always at the Cossack Center swimming for when we have the women's only swimming session. Thank you for that. And we are all coming here. I'm coming here asking you guys, begging, pleading for a permanent ceasefire. I remember a couple of months ago, it was said in the city council meeting, where it's not Farmington Hills City Council place to be involved in global affairs, and it's not our place to pass a statement saying permanent ceasefire, or ceasefire at that time. But it actually should have been Farmington Hills to be the first city to pass a ceasefire because we are home to the Holocaust Museum. We are home to a museum that holds the stories of such a horrible and horrendous genocide that happened not too long ago. And so with those stories, with the speakers that we have there, with everything that we hold in that museum and everything that museum means to this community, we should have been on the forefront to pass that ceasefire because of what is happening now in Palestine, because of the genocide that's happening there. And I was reading through a couple of your interviews, Mayor Rich, and I saw that you said that you want to be Farmington Hills' #1 cheerleader. And so please, Mayor Rich, please be my #1 cheerleader. Please be the #1 cheerleader for all the people who have spoken today and who have come here for months begging and asking for a ceasefire, which doesn't mean taking any sides, but it's just a ceasefire just so nobody else gets hurt, no more women, no more children die. So please, please be our cheerleader. Please be the Farmington Hills residents, Farmington Hills community's cheerleader. And I was also reading in your interview, I saw other quotes of you saying how you love the diversity here and you want to keep that warm atmosphere and the diversity through businesses and other things. And that is why I said I'm a new resident to Farmington Hills, like as in living. I have been involved in Farmington Hills community, but that's why I chose to come to Farmington Hills, is because of that diversity and because of that warm atmosphere. And I, just like your Farmington Hills #1 cheerleader, so am I. I love Farmington Hills, and I would love to be able to feel that warm atmosphere, to feel that acceptance, and to feel that welcoming community for all diversity. And in order to feel that, please pass a permanent ceasefire. I'm begging not just Mayor Rich, but everyone in the City Council. Thank you for your time, and please pass a permanent ceasefire.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Hello, my name is Aman. I live in West Bloomfield, and as one of the final speakers...
Get closer to the microphone, please.
As one of the final speakers, I don't know what more can be said. If over 30 people who have come up today have spoken, and over 36,000 murdered Palestinians haven't changed your heart or haven't softened your heart, then I don't know what my words will do. I will just add this. I feel sorry for your future grandchildren who will come up and ask you, Grandma, Grandpa, why is your name written on those who have been complicit in genocide? Luckily for you, the ink hasn't dried in the history books, so please pass the ceasefire. Thanks.
Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name's Ryan Kessler. I drove here from Lansing. It was an hour-and-a-half drive because me and my partner wanted to hear what Mr. Knorr and Mr. Lichman had to say. We drove an hour-and-a-half just to listen to them for 5 minutes apiece, and you cutting them off. It was frankly disgusting to me, and their voices are so powerful and they need to be heard. They have important things to say on this issue, and the last name Kessler is a Jewish last name. My grandfather was Jewish. That makes me a quarter. From my understanding, that means that I could immigrate to Israel if I so wished, but I don't support the occupiers or the colonization. My family is also from Lebanon and immigrated here in 1918 due to the Ottoman Empire taking them into the streets and whipping them and killing them. So the family saved as much as they could to try to send their daughter and my city to the United States. And today, Lebanon is still being bombed. And how long are we going to be running from colonization and from just travesty? I have struggled my entire life with my identity in these respects. I feel like I've been like culturally whitewashed and just feel lost, you know? And I'm the child of what is happening today from all those years ago. It continues just in different forms. And just, you know, we passed a ceasefire resolution in Lansing. A lot of similar arguments were made about it not being local, but we got it passed. And if they don't pass it this time, we had that room packed. They were flowing out from the doors. If they don't pass it this time, bring more people, because they will hear you eventually. And it'll happen. It'll happen. You keep applying pressure, because they're gonna have to hear you eventually. I'm sorry to all the residents here that haven't been heard. It really, I'm shaking right now. This is infuriating. It's disgusting. Thank you.
Evening, your name, please, and the city you live in.
Yep. My name is Faith. I'm also from Lansing. My clock hasn't been restarted yet. Not that I plan to talk terribly long, but
Thank you for noticing.
yeah, no problem. I'd probably notice more. As Rye had mentioned, we did get a ceasefire resolution passed in Lansing. The City Council of Lansing were doing their jobs, representing the constituents of the city, the residents there who came out and showed a lot of support, and for whom the issue was very important. The display here tonight, and as there has been for several weeks now, clearly indicates that the residents of Farmington Hills have similar concerns. I would like to assert that this is a relevant local issue, and furthermore, that it is the right thing to do to pass a ceasefire resolution. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I am sorry for your loss.
Evening, your name, please, and the city you live in.
Good evening, Council. This is Pete Paratsakis. I'm going to read my wife's, what she was going to say tonight. It's better that I read this than what I was going to say. So basically, anybody compelled, after I ask you guys, can listen to do what I say or do what I ask. How many people here have felt persistently sad or empty because of what's happening in Gaza and all over Palestine? Please raise your hand, and this is for you guys. Please raise your hand. You guys can raise too if you'd like. So there was nothing for that question. How many of you have lost interest in activities you once had because of what's going on in Gaza? Please raise your hand. Okay.
Mr. Paristakis,
Yes,
you do recall that this is for you to talk to us.
Oh, okay, I won't stare over there anymore. I apologize. Okay. How many of you have experienced changes in sleep or appetite because of what's happening in Gaza? These are symptoms of depression, anxiety, and trauma. Okay. How many of you are experiencing an increase in nervousness, fear, and sense of doom because of what's happening in Gaza? Raise your hands. Okay. How many of you are experiencing excessive worrying and can't control your ability to focus or stay calm? Please raise your hands. If you're expressing any of these feelings, it's called depression. How many of you have had whatever is happening in Gaza affect your academic or work life because of what's happening in Gaza and Palestine? Okay. How many of you have had excessive feelings of guilt every time you eat, shower, drink clean water, and lay in a comfortable, warm bed? Again, these are symptoms of depression and anxiety and trauma, and they are being experienced here in Farmington Hills, as you can see the hands. If this city council passes a ceasefire resolution, how many of you would feel a strong sense of support? You would be feeling support of the people who represent you. It gives you a sense of relief. It's not going to solve the problems, but it's a definite start. Please raise your hands. Put the ceasefire on a resolution. Put the ceasefire resolution on the agenda and vote on it. At least stand up for who you guys are. I mean, you guys don't even have the backbone to put it on paper. This is genocide and unadulterated greed and nothing else. That's all this is over there, and you guys are supporting it by not even just placing a simple vote. We're going to keep on coming every week. This is not for my wife, but we're going to come every week, and we're just going to keep on coming, and you're going to go, the ladies are probably going to go in the car and cry a little bit before they get home because, you know, they're all traumatized by everyone yelling at them and being all mean, and the guys are going to get all huffy and puffy and go arrest her. Get her out of here because she yelled. You guys are all ashamed, should be ashamed. I mean, Mr. Dwyer, it's smiling. I know I sound funny here. But all you guys are going to be campaigned against the next election. You guys are all Zionists, and you all support Zionism. And that's just it. Oh, and don't worry, ADL and APEC will still grease your palms because they don't have they have not many politicians left in Farmington Hills that will take their money. But thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, your name and the city you live in.
PG Farmington Hills. I just cannot believe what I have witnessed here tonight. To the children that are in here that know how to obey a rule, I want to give a shout out to you. And maybe some of the children that are in here can just talk to their parents and say, this is a government business meeting, and the city of Farmington Hills has not said that you cannot come here and speak your piece. But when you speak your piece and you disrupt the whole process for everyone else, that's not good. This is a form of political bullying. To the people that don't understand the issue, we have a right to ask questions. And when we ask those questions, instead of answering them to help us understand, you get an attitude because we don't know and we're asking the question. Now, something happened to start this whole situation. It was not President Biden. President Biden is not asking for war. You're asking for this city to do a ceasefire, but are you reaching out to your community
Ms. Gerald, remember to speak to us.
I'm speaking to you, but I can't even look right now because I'm so upset. So I'm going to look at the floor. I'm going to look every place else because I don't want you to see me look so disappointed. Is that okay, Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can I have my few seconds, since?
You may have a few
Okay,
seconds
thank you
left.
so much. So again, as I was saying, Biden didn't start this. Biden is not asking for war. There have been ceasefires, and I'm trying to figure out if the government and NATO is asking for these two entities to come together and they do a ceasefire, what has caused these ceasefires to fail? Now, whenever you come to an agreement fails because one side does not do what they promised to do. So I'm going to ask a question. And again, I don't have enough information to say one way or another. But what you're asking for the city of Farmington Hills to do, have you called, wrote letters, and asked people to reach out to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Shooties and ask them for a ceasefire? Have you reached out to Israel and asked them for a ceasefire? Because if the city of Farmington Hills does a ceasefire, is it really going to stop the war? It's not going to really do anything. What we, the people of the world, want, we want no war. We want love. We want respect. And we can't even get respect at a meeting like this. I am just appalled. I'm going to keep coming because I've been going to council meetings in various cities for about 45 years. And if people don't agree, you can disagree, but it has to be respectful and decent and in order. And I haven't seen that here. How can you say that you're being disrespected by this council who works their butt off, reading the issues and doing what the city elected officials should be doing, and they have to endure this disrespect?
Ms. Gerald, please to us.
Several of you got up and spoke about the mayor. She's grieving over the loss of her father. What you have said today is not respectful. This is a city council meeting for the city of Farmington Hills about Farmington Hills city business. And they have allowed everybody to speak their piece. Just keep that in mind. Everybody is going through something. And to my Ethiopian friends that are dealing with female genitalia mutilation, I stand with you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, that's enough. Enough. Okay, all the chatter stops. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Yes, buenas noches, and good evening. My name is Mike Flores. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a Hazel Park resident, but I spend a lot of money in Farmington Hill businesses and services. In fact, my accountant is here in Farmington Hills. My husband and I are considering Farmington Hills as a community to move to when we finalize our adoption process in the next year. For visibility and representation, I'm first-generation American, I'm Latin, I'm LGBTQ+, I have a master's degree, and I'm a very engaged US citizen, and I support a ceasefire resolution to protect all humanity. I wasn't going to speak. I was only going to be here as an observer today, but I stand before you today compelled to speak because I cannot reconcile the image of the mayor and council described on social media. With the mayor, I had the privilege of meeting at the State of the Oakland County address a few weeks ago. The mayor I met spoke passionately about diversity, about being welcoming, about being a leader in Oakland County and in the region. But what I've witnessed this evening and tonight has left me horrified. What I've witnessed is a council that seems intent in unmuffling the voices of its community. And I would encourage everyone here tonight to call the ACLU and express your concerns regarding the very concerning rules have been implemented in this council. Their number is 313-578-6800. I'm disheartened with the council, while recognizing the value of a Ukrainian life, doesn't seem to recognize the value of a Palestinian life. This inconsistency is troubling and raises questions about the principles upon which this council operates. Communities cannot claim to be leaders in diversity and inclusion while ignoring the suffering and injustices faced by our Palestinian and Muslim brothers and sisters. We cannot turn a blind eye to the human rights violations and violence that continues to plague the region with our tax dollars. An estimated $89 million from Michigan alone that could be reinvested right here in Farmington Hills. As a potential resident of Farmington Hills, we all have a responsibility to uphold the values of compassion, empathy, and justice. We must demand that all our city councils in the region take a stand for peace and support a ceasefire resolution. We cannot allow politics to overshadow humanity. Let Farmington Hills be on the right side of history. Let Farmington Hills be a leader, be the leader in the region. Let Farmington Hills Council bring forward a ceasefire resolution and vote yes. Gracias, and thank you this evening.
Good evening. Your name and the city you live in, please.
Thomas Hall, Farmington Hills. What I've just witnessed here is something I've never seen in person in my life. We're talking about a war that's happening overseas in the Middle East, and everybody think it's just over there. But as we just witnessed with our own eyes, that war is actually here in this room. I never seen this before. I never seen that the main purpose of what was trying not to happen just happened right in this room, just in this room, in which that you guys had to be cleared, went to recess, and just had to leave, so for safety, for whatever reason. I seen a man wag his finger up to a woman's face very aggressively. It took me all I can. If that was my wife or my sister or my mom, I would have been wearing handcuffs. That to me hurt me. That hurt me very core, because I seen this happen. And nobody didn't come by and protect that woman. And that woman, that man got into that woman's face over an issue that people think is so far removed from us, and it's right here. What's going to happen next? That's what I'm afraid of. From my conversations and from what I'm hearing, that the resolution it doesn't supposed to mean anything to, like, to stop the war or anything like that. My thing is this: that resolution will actually help the city, because this is the city that we're actually having a war in right now, and we just seen that. So either a resolution, I don't know, a memo, something to actually promote peace within our own community, because it's spilling over into us. Then it's going to spill over into our schools. We just had kids that were witnessing what adults were doing, and that affects everyone. Now we can always, we can always come here every single week and continue the same song and dance. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. until something happens. So either we're going to do it or somebody's going to give in one way or the other. And I'm not saying give it in. I'm talking about just come to a resolution, because this is here, this is at home, this is our neighbors. And it's only going to get worse. And although we try to prevent it, try to somewhat ignore it, not to try to speak on it, but it's happening right now. So do something today so it won't grow into a big old something horrible tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and the city you live in.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Halilovich, Farmington Hills resident. I did not prepare a speech tonight, but I feel compelled to at least address, especially a couple speakers ago. Somebody called out the constituents in a room and comparing them and actually referencing that the kids are more observant of behaviors than the adults themselves in a room, and I completely disagree. What we see actually tonight, we see the democracy in action. What you see the support from the constituents, and it's not, people being rowdy. It's actually people expressing their support for the points of view. So I completely disagree with that prior speaker, not the last one, but the one beforehand. There was also a reference made to, as far as the deal being made that Hamas is not, it takes one side and they're not agreeing, which is completely false. Apparently those people are uneducated. They're not informed, and I encourage those people to go read upon why there's still no peace in Gaza, why Israel is not agreeing, and the two primary reasons why they're not agreeing and Hamas is asking for is permanent ceasefire, which is the same thing that we're asking for here, and the second one is to allow the people to return back to their homes, actually destroyed homes. And Israel is preventing them and not allowing them to return back to their homes, even the destroyed homes, just like they haven't done or they haven't allowed for the people for the last 100 years. So I think those are the facts on the ground. So when you read the news, it says, oh, Hamas is not agreeing, and we get presented this one-sided story by the U.S. media, the corrupted U.S. media, you understand why. So I encourage everyone to go actually do a little more research and understand why that is the case. Now, I mentioned a couple months back, I'm a genocide survivor myself from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from the war in 1992. And, as a child, I was 13 years old when I went to similar atrocities that the people in Gaza are going through. And one of the reasons I'm here in the United States is exactly just like many other Palestinians are here, many other people from across the world, which is unfortunate. To be honest, the way I feel right now, I'd much rather be in Bosnia than be here. And it's for the reasons that I understand now that I didn't understand as a child, which is the reason why the genocide in Bosnia happened is actually because of the government of the United States of America. What did they do in Bosnia? They supported just like the United States is supporting the Israeli aggression right now, they're supporting the sending them the weapons. They just signed a $26 billion bill. They're sending them more money, more arms. They did the exact same thing in Bosnia. The only exception is they didn't send the money to the Serbs, but what they did is they prevented the Bosnians from arming themselves in the name of preventing the conflict so it doesn't spread. So what ended up happening for 3 years, they killed over 200,000 people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Out of a population of 4.5 million people, 200,000 people, over 50,000 women were raped. And again, this was supported by this United States government. And when I see what is happening today, it is just disheartening. And then I understand the federal government, they have more leverage and they have bigger interests, but what I'm really shocked, and I've been coming here for the last couple months, is that our city council members, and you're supposed to represent the people here in the room and in the city, that you guys are not listening at all. You guys are not representing the people. And I mentioned this couple meetings back, I don't understand how you guys go to bed, and you're going to go to bed tonight. How do you, maybe you haven't watched any of the images, so maybe this is the only source of information that you hear, but I know just 2 days ago, this is among the thousands of stories, Israel just bombed the playground in Rafah, in southern part of Gaza, which the United States keeps claiming that, it's a safe zone. 12 children killed with the Israeli drone. Can you imagine if 12 Israeli kids were killed? All of you guys would pass a resolution. You call an impromptu meeting to call for a resolution to condemn whoever did it, or whichever government entity did this. So I want you to go back and think about yourselves, think about your soul. And many have mentioned that you'll have to live with this with yourselves, and I truly do. I think this will come back, and one day you'll think about this, and you won't be able to sleep at night. So I encourage you to think about the ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Smith. Your name for the record and the city you live in, please.
You just said it, Ms. Smith. I don't need an introduction. Everybody knows who I am. 100 days. That's the text message that I received from you and your campaign people. 100 days, the email I received from your people of what you have done in our community. We are big advocates on diversity, equity, and inclusion. 100 days of the things that you have said that you have done, which was done under the former leadership, as well as former council and some that are still here. 100 days. The last meeting that was held was one of the best meetings I have seen in the history since I've been in this community for 27 years. I disagree with the gentleman that said there's unity, not after what I just saw. I'm saying this, Teresa, as a former friend. And a community member, and someone that I looked up to. Look at what you have done. You have made promises that you have not kept, and look at what it has led to this. We have our police removing people that will be looked at in a bad way. We are being looked at as a division. We are being looked at as, I'm sorry, you have divided this community. You have divided these people. You have caused a divide in our schools because this has leaked over into our schools. I saw this coming weeks ago. You have put these people that are up for election, even those on the school board, in a bad situation. You just had a former board member that stood here and called someone a traitor. Murray Kahn used to be a board member, and just because he does not agree with what that gentleman said, look at what it caused. Our children, Middle Eastern, Jewish, and even our African American students, which people don't like talking about that, are under attack. I ask you, swallow your pride, fix this, apologize. Apologize to this community, students in our community. Do what the people put you in for. This made no sense tonight. None.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Mayor Teresa and City Council, guess what? Your new boss was here today. District 11, House of Representative Ahmed Ghanem. Haley Stevens is on her way out.
Sorry, your name, please. And the
Yeah,
city you
it's
live in.
Sophie. You know my name. You called my name last time. You brought me outside. You walked up to me outside during recess, and you told me that there's no way that you are going to put ceasefire resolution on the agenda. You told me that. So you know my name. Thank you. Guess who else is on her way out? Not just Haley Stevens. Guess who? Mayor Teresa codified a cut in our time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes to take effect soon because she wants to suppress our voices because she's scared of us. Mayor Teresa won the mayoral election by only 500 votes. And many of her votes came from us because she went to our mosques and told us, what are your issues? Tell me your issues. And then she stabbed us in the back. Mayor Teresa, there's several thousands of us, plus all the people who believe in ending genocide. You are going to be a one-term mayor. Remember, everybody, that Mayor Teresa's son works for Haley Stevens. Remember that Mayor Teresa is funded by and associated with the Jewish Federation, which opposes ceasefire. Remember that Mayor Teresa sought me out at the recess last time just to tell me personally that she wasn't going to put ceasefire on the agenda. You have significant conflicts of interest, and according to the rules of your own policy, you should be recusing yourself. Councilman Bridges personally told me, that the reason he's not putting ceasefire on the agenda is that he thinks that if he throws us under the bus, then the city council will reward him and vote yes on the issues that he's interested in. It doesn't work that way. If they hate our issues, they hate your issues. Guess what? There's black Muslims, there's black Arabs, there's black Palestinians. You just lost 40%. Yeah, you did. You lost 40% of Farmington Hills voters. Now, I was going to talk about all the dirty, bloody money you all have, okay? Because you know I love to talk about that. You know I love to talk about all the contracts that Farmington Hills has with Israel, all the secret contracts that Farmington Hills has with the state of Israel, which come with companies that are publicly traded on the Israeli stock exchange. But I'm not going to talk the numbers, even though numbers are my favorite thing. I'm going to tell you what happened to me on Orchard Road a few minutes from here. Okay? I was holding a sign that said, "Stop giving money to Israel to kill kids." One by one, five Israeli men stopped their car, came out, and threatened me with rape. And they said, if you have a sister, we'll rape her too. Did you hear what I said? Do you care? Then they called the cops. Some others Israeli called the cops on me. They said I was standing in the street. I was standing on the sidewalk. So 2 cops came. One cop was aggressive with me. The other cop was nice. The nice one, he told the aggressive one, "I'll handle it." Then he asked me what happened. I told him what happened. I told him, actually, I'm being attacked. He knew. He understood. So he sat in his car for 20 minutes to make sure I was safe. When he drove away, another Zionist came. This one tried to push me in the street, Teresa. And you know who I blame? I blame you. I blame you, Bridges, Valerie, Bill, John. I even blame Gary. Gary, who couldn't even let us stand outside in front of City Hall, as is our right as Americans. Americans, we have the First Amendment right to stand in front of our City Hall and assemble, especially when there is something that is politically relevant.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, the city you live in, and just a reminder for everyone that it's fine if you want to talk about elected officials, but anyone who is not really is off limits. So other personal pronouns, people's names, that's off limits.
Keith Harris, Southfield. You know, I sit here and I watch this today, and I watch my Palestinian brothers and sisters go through what I've been through, what I've seen my people go through. About peace. How do you kill 137 peacekeepers, and 2 of those was Americans, and all they wanted to do was feed people? They just wanted to feed women and children who were bombed out of their homes. Innocent people. They wasn't about war. They wasn't on either side. They were just there to feed the hungry. Doctors Without Borders has been murdered over this war. You know, my Congresswoman, Rashida Tlaib, she started this organization, Take on Hate. And I loved when she put it together because she really stepped out there. I know she walked with us when we were having trouble in Detroit, when we were having trouble in Dearborn or Inkster. I've witnessed my Palestinian brothers and sisters join us. We have to stand together in Farmington, Southfield. Right now, we're arguing right now in Southfield about $137 million worth of homes has been stole. Well, $37 million. I know what it's like to see people crying because they've been kicked out of their homes for unnecessary reasons by government officials. Our mayor, our city manager, our council pro tem, all of them. If you read the paper, all their names was on that $37 million theft. MSNBC talked about it. Here we are today. We got people here saying they just want you guys just to say you want peace. What's so hard about it? What's so hard about saying you want peace? I'm not understanding today what's going on, because every day I fear me getting that knock on the door and it's somebody there saying your son won't be coming home. Your son won't be coming home because of what? Biden done asked this guy to back off, slow up, stop. There's another way to handle this. But he just want to wipe out all the Israelis. We can't have that. See, I've watched my mother, my grandmother and them tell me about black communities that were bombed, where black people were just executed just because somebody wanted the property. This is a land grab. It's no longer, it's just wrong what they're doing. And we have to stand with right. You know, my brothers and sisters got families there. What if this was your families? What if this was your legacy? You wouldn't want to see it murdered and extinguished. I don't want to see theirs murdered and extinguished. Just come up with a resolution. It's not going to hurt you, but it will kill other people.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
My name is Melina Parasakis, and I live here in Farmington Hills. I'm here to demand you, yet again, to make a resolution for a ceasefire. You did something for Ukraine, for Armenia, so it's time to help Palestine. You've delayed this so much. Like 2 or 3 meetings ago, I came to the conclusion that you have lost your humanity. This is not just an overseas matter, it's a local one too. It's affected many people here in the city, in other cities, in other states, in other countries. It's affected me. It hurts so much to see the death and destruction that Israel wrought on innocent Palestinian people. It's painful to hear the stories like the Flower Massacre that killed 100 people, to the boy that survived the bombing that killed much of his family and destroyed his home but was killed when a box of food hit him on the head. I don't like coming back here and hearing how you don't want to stay here until midnight. You would have been done by 9 today had you listened to us and passed the resolution ages ago. Another thing, Mayor Rich, make up your mind. We aren't allowed to address the audience. We're only supposed to look up there. No, we're only supposed to address the council, which apparently isn't everybody sitting up there. Actually, no, address you, the mayor, exclusively. Which is it? You're so anal retentive that you ignore the real problems that we've been trying to explain to you meeting after meeting. So, you need to try to put yourselves in their shoes, however hard that's gonna be, and have some empathy. This is a literal genocide. Over 30,000 people are dead. Half of those are children. I mean, the loss of lives at all, like 1, 2, that's horrible, that's horrific, but 14,000 children that didn't have the opportunity to grow up, to start a family, to have kids, to go to school, to travel, to do anything. No, they're just, their lives are just cut off. The people there literally have nothing but expired food from the US and their strong faith in God. Let's give them something more as well. Pass the ceasefire resolution.
Evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Stacy Jackson, Southfield resident. I am always moved when I'm in the presence of wisdom and the energy of our youth. Today, I was in a room with a Holocaust survivor. That means something to me. Today, I was in a room with a Vietnam vet. That means something to me. I was in a room with a PA who went over to war to save lives. That means something to me. It means something because I'm aware that this nation was built on injustice. I'm a descendant of people brought over on slave ships, and yet here I stand. We are a nation where there are people who came here for freedom from the Holocaust, and yet here I stand. We are a nation who puts war before people, and yet here I stand. I stand in solidarity with humanity. All of it. I am concerned that we are looking at this from a lens that is jaded. Do you hear your city mourning? Do you hear their souls calling to you? That means something to me. Your residents are correct. The war is not as far-reaching as you think. Life always, should always hit home. That means something to me. Your schools are repeating history of Jim Crow, and it is skyrocketing. That means something to me. It means something to me when there are Arab students having their hijabs ripped off their heads. That means something to me. When there are young Black students being called the N-word by their teachers, no matter the context, no matter the skin color, that means something to me. It is said that not everything we face can be changed, but absolutely nothing can be changed until it is faced. You must face this issue. It should mean something to you, more than the paycheck, more than the political party or affiliation. People should always matter to people. Simply saying that you want peace is not taking sides here. It's simply saying that you want to see your community, all of it, and empathize with what we are all feeling in this moment. This nation is mourning, and it is reflective in your city, in the neighboring cities, and across this state. I am standing here today because of those who came before me, not only the speakers today, but generations. We have always had to travel through these moments of darkness, but we, the people, always stand. Please stop. S-T-O-P. Stand together on principle. Stand together on purpose. Stand together on progress.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name, please, and the city you live in.
Good evening. Irfan Shatari, Farmington Hills city resident for 11 years, and I know almost all of you now. So I apologize, I came late and I missed some of the activities that happened this evening. I thank you all for sitting through it, and I actually only came because I thought now's a good time to do this. Apparently there's a law, there's an act that requires that board members meet within 2 and no more than 2 board members. But I think it's important that everyone kind of knows the timeline, right? We've been, and we're not talking about international affairs right now. We're talking about local city politics, local business that we need to discuss here tonight. So in December, a group of your residents came to you and said, hey, there's a lot going on in the Middle East. There's a movement being started among cities in the United States that will be asking city councils, county officials to declare a ceasefire to build a movement to allow for United States citizens to have their voice in this international affair. So we came to you in December of 2023, towards the end of the month. And Teresa, you said that, let's see what happens over the holidays. Hopefully there'll be a ceasefire, right? So that was the first interaction that we had. We had drafted a resolution at that time. There was a small group of us at that time. And we thought, we'll just bring language to the council. Then we met with Jackie Boulware, and we're supposed to have Michael as well meet at our home, who had expressed interest in hearing more about the resolution. We caucused you all, right? Part of the political process in America. And at that time, we were told, we need 4 votes, Irfan. We just need 4 votes. And we'll bring this resolution to the city council. So we said, all right, let's do this. And then we met with you, John and Randy, at Panera. It was maybe middle of January, end of January. And we talked about some stuff, right? We really got deep. We talked about the genocide, the conventions that were taking place at that time, and legally what was being stated as genocide. We talked about languages that we could all agree on. And we showed you all, actually cited in our existing language and resolution that we've brought to you, we've talked about the atrocities that occurred on October 7th. We've talked about condemning those acts, while at the same time saying that we need to declare a ceasefire, as this is going to escalate and elevate the death toll in Palestine. After that meeting, we thought we got somewhere. And we even said, hey, let's have a little bit of dialogue. Let's have back and forth. Let's really show cities how you bring these types of resolutions. And you brought a proclamation for peace, right? And the declaration that was, and at that time it was stated that we don't take, we don't make statements for international affairs, which obviously has been proven completely incorrect from the city council. But we met with Teresa the Friday after that proclamation. We said, hey, we missed a great opportunity. Randy replied back to my wife, not realizing she was my wife, to tell her, hey, the group that came, actually, they didn't express to you all what we thought that peace proclamation meant. And I had to tell Randy, hey, you actually replied to my wife. We were on the same page. And yet we still said that, we can probably work. We can come through with this. There was a time where you all were willing to engage, where you did want to discuss what a resolution could lead to between your city members as well as city council. So we were in a good place. And then things have gone very south. People have started saying things like, we will not pass a ceasefire resolution. Like, really? There's no opportunity to discuss this anymore? Is that how you deal with large bodies within your city? Right? That's what's led to the frustration that you're now seeing today. Last city council meeting where there was a boycott, and the city council meeting before that, there was rage as well. So as I mentioned to you all, there's frustration now coming out. It's up to you all. You're still sitting in those seats for the next year or two to show what leadership looks like in the city. There's still time. We're not going to stop coming. You can't stop coming. Why don't we work on something? You have some great leaders here now. That small group that met with you in December is a much larger group in April today that's very talented and that wants to work with you to put together language where the city of Farmington Hills declares a ceasefire. So I just wanted to get that timeline out there. I wanted all the city council members to understand. And I apologize, Valerie, we met with you as well, and we got nowhere with that. So, now we all know who met with who stands where. I see Jackie's not here, but wanted to put it on the record. I think I'm the last speaker, so let's get something done, guys. Have a good evening.
Okay. Sir, you already spoke, so your time, so I'm sorry, sir, you spoke already. Sir, you've already spoken tonight. We're done. There being
I just
no
want to tell you
additional.
a little bit about this.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Good night, Farmington.